happy 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 New Year's Eve, everyone. Happy New Year's Eve. I can't believe it. It's already the 31st of December. And welcome, everyone. Welcome to another CranKy Duckling broadcast here. We're live with something a little bit different, something a little bit special, I guess, kind of. It is a replay cast of an event that did happen a couple of days ago. So be careful when it comes to the command in the chat, because spoilers are on Wikipedia, so be wary of them as we're going to be delving into this broadcast. And again, happy New Year's Eve, everyone. We're still merely, what, 5 hours away, less than 5 hours away from 2024. Crazy. Are we going to be casting StarCraft as we tick over to the new year? Hopefully not. I would like to sleep, Papi. I'd like to sleep at some point. So we'll see. I doubt it's going to be a 5-hour cast. I am planning to actually cover some viewer replays after this as well. We'll see, depending on how long those games go. So yeah, good to be here, good to be back, of course. The final broadcast of 2023. And for those that are curious as to why we didn't cast this live, usually we do. Usually we are live casting ESL Open Cup Americas. But this week, for the 207th edition, it was actually coinciding and clashing with another tournament, with the Masters Coliseum Americas qualifier. In that qualifier, we had players like Future, Estrella, Special, to name a few, Trigger as well, and we were lucky enough and fortunate enough to cover all of that, but it also meant that we couldn't cover ESL Open Cup Americas, unfortunately. So most of the NA players weren't playing in this weekly, they were playing in the qualifiers for the regional, or the region locked qualifiers. I do see Easy Phil in the chat saying that Vegeta played in one and not the other. Unfortunately, he wasn't a part of the Americas qualifier. It's possible that he was also busy at the time, like as in afterwards, later in the day, or maybe he didn't like his chances. Like nowadays, Vegeta is a part-time pro gamer, which is crazy because even though he's part-time, he did so well at DreamHack. I think he even tweeted about it. He's like, what the hell, I retired and now like I'm popping off and taking down some big names and performing really well. I highly recommend checking out the VODs of DreamHack Atlanta. We casted the open stage and we casted Vindicta versus a laser, and he did amazingly. It was crazy how well he performed and how well he looked against a laser, so I recommend it. As we're getting ready for our own matches here, again, we're going to be going over some of the earlier rounds before we reach the semifinals and the finals. There is going to be a bit of a break. There's going to be a break in between the round of 8 and the semifinals, so just letting you know, just to cut the broadcast in half. And then after the broadcast, we'll be going over some viewer-submitted replays. Over the past couple of weeks, we've been accumulating all these replays, and we are going to be going over them after the ESL Open Cup broadcast. So we do have quite a bit for you tonight. But up first, we have a bit of a PvZ. We have Nightmare versus Sort of to kick things off. Big shout to Sort of. He recently returned to the game. He had retired. He had taken a break, gone on a big hiatus, and I believe sort of returned around the same time as DreamHack Yongshipping. I remember we were casting the open stage, the open bracket of DreamHack Yongshipping, ESL Masters Summer earlier this year. I think it was around, is it like April-ish? I can't quite recall the exact dates, but earlier this year we were covering DreamHack Yongshipping. Of course, that was a LAN event, a big premiere event happening in Sweden, and sort of happened to be living in Sweden, and then he rocked up. He showed up there alongside sort of, who else was there? Starnan, that's it, Starnan, an old name from years gone by, many years retired at this point, but we had a lot of like local Swedish players rock up, and it was really cool to see, really exciting, and that may have just like sparked that, or scratched that itch, and like sparked the competitive nature of sort of once again. And from that moment, he's been playing a little bit more regularly. He's recently been streaming a little bit more as well. He went back to Korea a couple of months ago. He was there for a couple of months before returning back to Sweden, and yeah, it's been really cool to see the return of sort of. I wouldn't say that he's quite back at the form he once was. There was a time where sort of was amongst the best Zerg players in Europe. He was living in Korea for some time, staying with Scarlet and Estrella and all these other players in the, at the time, Team Unity Team House. He was competing in GSL. But of course, you know, it's been a couple of years since then. I can't believe it. This was, of course, all pre-COVID, pre-2020. And yeah, he's looking to kind of come back into form, and I hope he can. I hope he will. Again, I haven't been able to tune into much of his stream recently, but at least we're able to witness him here and now against Nightmare. Let's go. first best of 3, of course. This is a round of 32 match, and we're diving into Oceanborn. Game number 1. Vámonos. Vámonos. I imagine sort of was probably streaming his POV at the time. But here we go, spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Matcherino Esports. It is Nightmare. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent, we have the Swedish Zerga player, representing Root Gaming. It is Sorda. Of course, a big shout to everyone in the chat as well. I see Babylings redeemed the first Quacker. We have Soundo, we have Psycons as well. Jigaloo, Easy Feel, Istan, Lego BBQ, Terran Lord. Welcome everyone. Welcome to the stream. Good to see you all. Hope you're all having a good weekend. Hope you all have something nice planned for tonight, or at least enjoying your time leading into, of course, New Year's. Into a fact. Whereas here, we're always casting. Always, Fappy, always. Technically, today was supposed to be a day off, but then the Masters Coliseum qualifiers were announced, so we had to cast during the week, and I mean, I can't miss a week of ESL Masters Americas, or ESL Open Cup Americas. I can't do it. No, it just feels wrong. So we are here with it, and so far it is going to be a Hatchgas full standard opener out of Sort of, nothing too crazy. From what little I have seen of Sort of's play recently, it has been pretty stock standard. He's not necessarily a cheesy or overly aggressive player, but it's been a couple of weeks or even a couple of months since I've last casted Sort of, so I'm ready to bear witness to see kind of how his style has adapted over the past couple of months and what he brings to the table against a player of the caliber of Nightmare. Nightmare, of course, one of the best Protoss players in the world, one of the best Protoss players in Korea. He is overshadowed a little bit by, of course, players like Hero and Classic and even Creator. In current day, I would say that Nightmare is pretty comparable to Creator. Nightmare's best matchup is PvT. He thrives a lot in Protoss versus Terran. We've seen and we've casted Nightmare take down players like Gumiho and Björn and Cure as well. Like, Nightmare is a beast against Terran. Against his other matchups, he's a pretty damn good PvP player. PvZ seems to be Nightmare's weakest matchup. We have seen that time and time again, that if he were to fall to a player, typically in a bracket, it would be a Zerg. So yeah, I want to give sort of his chances a little bit, or I want to give him a bit of a higher chance here against Nightmare, and I want to believe. But now, third base is being delayed. Behind this, Nightmare, of course, getting into his tech of choice, and we are going for a very aggressive opener. This does make sense. Nightmare, he typically thrives in the mid-game in PvZ. He's very aggressive, whether it's a Twilight Council opener or sometimes a Stargate, followed by a Twilight Council as well. That is Nightmare's comfort zone, and yeah, with this opener, he can either go into Glaives or he can go into DTs. He hasn't pulled out a gas. This is looking like a Dark Shrine opener. If it is Glaives, then we may commit into more than 4 gateways, into a 5th and 6th gateway, but for now, this looks like Dark Templar. Across the map, but still being as annoying as also delaying that third base. Oh my god. Forcing out that gas, guys, will be committed to the Shade into the main as well, and the Lings aren't going to be able to keep up here with the movement of Nightmare. We can lock this down, and we will clean up these adepts, but not before delaying this third base by so long. Very delayed third. Meanwhile, across the map, we have committed into Glaive Adepts. It is not going to be a Dark Shrine. We did end up pulling out a gas a little bit later as we were, of course, controlling across the map. So Glaive Adepts is what we're getting, and it should only be 4 gate Glaive Adepts. Again, if we committed into gas, then we could go up to 5, 6, even up to 8 gateways into a 2-base all-in. But this is just a way to try to cripple the economy of the opposing player and get into a third. A way to get ahead and, of course, continue on into the mid-game. Meanwhile, we do have Sort of back at home, throwing down a safety Roach Horn at around the 4-minute mark. Very, very nice Roach Horn timing here. It does mean that he will have Roaches in time for the initial defense, but it's less so about whether he has Roaches, more so about whether he can be in position and keep up with the movement of Nightmare. Oh boy. Here we go. Prism is on the way. Adepts are amassing as we speak, and Nightmare is soon going to be zooming across the map. Sort of is aware, and there we go. He does spot the Prism as well as all the Adepts. Sort of going to be cutting workers here at 38. This is around the worker count you want to be stopping at here as the Zerg player. The queens are being brought forward. How many queens do we have? We have 6 queens so far. Roaches in production, lings as well. We have a fully saturated gas geyser, just pumping out as many roaches as we can. And here we go. The army has arrived. The adepts are warping in. Now, of course, in a head-to-head fight, sort of can win, but it's about Nightmare trying to bypass the main army, slipping into a mineral line, and getting economic damage done. So far, threatening a shade so far sort of is keeping up. He has to be very careful to overextend. We're pushing on forward, meeting the Adept Army out in the center of the map. We are going to be threatening a shade here towards the natural, but again, the Lings, they have been kept at bay, and we will cancel that shade. And Nightmare backs up. He has seen how prepared sort of is. He recognizes that, of course, he can't really get any damage done here, and he backs off. Really mature decision here from Nightmare. Doesn't overextend, doesn't overcommit. Oh, good juggling, though. Does catch out a couple of these roaches. Oh, my God. 1 adept for 3 roaches. Very nice trades over Nightmare. Good juggling as well, but we will get a couple of these adepts. Yeah, 3, 4 of them are going to be going down. Behind this, third base is being taken, and we are transitioning into what looks to be disruptors. We have the Bay on the way for Disruptor or Colossus production. I'm assuming Disruptors because it will fare a little bit better against the roaches, but we'll see as we do get us around. We try to get on top of that Nexus, but alas, we cannot. It is going to be saved, and sort of is forced back. Behind this, sort of saturating his bases, joining up to 50. Lair is on the way, gases are on the way as well. So far, sort of is in a pretty good position, as long as he doesn't lose too many more roaches. Another roach going to be falling, 4 in total. And again, we don't have the most amount of gas to work with right now, sort of. We can't afford to lose roaches. Here we go, Nightmare going to be rotating over, once again threatening a shade. Stalker army pushing on the right hand side, clearing up whatever creep he can. The Rodix Bay is done, and we have our first disruptor. There we go, second disruptor on the way. Now, we aren't investing into War Prison speed or anything crazy like that. We're just going to be incorporating the disruptors with the main army. Nightmare once again going to be actually splitting up his forces. His adept's going to be threatening the right hand side. At the same time, Stalkers into the third. We snap an Overlord. Not too bad. We have plus on melee on the way, so it looks like we want to be focusing a little more on Ling Bane, less so on roaches. Bane's speed as well. There's Nightmare, he's retreating. Again, just getting saturated, catching back up in that worker count. Sort of, yes, he did initially defend, but what's important is that Nightmare hasn't really thrown anything away. The adepts, they're still active. They're still alive, they're still active, and now we're going to be reinforcing now with disruptors. Sort of does have the supply lead, but 1 or 2 good Novas, and Nightmare can win a fight. Ooh, even without them, does catch out some of these roaches. Sort of not quite ready for this. We need more Lings. 20 Lings in production. The disruptors have arrived. Nova's going to be going off. We can go straight for those Baylings. Oh, a little bit premature. Will connect. The Baylings do get shut down. Big connection. Roaches are pushing forward. We're getting on top of some of these Stalkers, but we have reinforcements on the way. And Nightmare, he is breaking through. Did end up losing one of his disruptors, but he has another. Has a Nova ready to go. Fourth base getting up and running, but we're not going to be able to saturate it, not anytime soon. This Nightmare is aware of that hatchery. I'm sure he wants to try to bait the army into him. Zealots on the way. Hatchery is going to be focused down. Never going to be going up. Oh! Only on 1 Bailing. Good splits out of sort of. Able to react in time, but we are chasing this pretty far off of creep. We go for Disruptor. Disruptor does go down. Good pick up. And as sort of chases down this army, at the same time Prism slips into the main. And it should be going down. Prism taking a lot of hits. Meanwhile, sort of, he is chasing this a little bit too far off a creep. Losing all of his Lings. Bit of a Bailing run by does come in from behind though. Do get 3 Bailings. We crash into the Stalkers as well. But I'll be honest, I'm not too sure if I'm convinced by this. Yeah, sort of, he's going to retreat. He's backing off, taking his fourth. Likewise, so is Nightmare. Now, what's concerning here, the bailing run by was nice, but Nightmare, he still has a comparable, if not better, economy than that of Sort of. The pressure right now is on Sort of to make something happen. Ling run by runs into the main army at the same time. Zelte get into the main. The Prism should be going down. As I say that, yeah, the sports finish up just in time. Prism does fall. The Zealot run by didn't really achieve too much, but it did allow for this. It allowed for Sort of to be distracted and so many Lings to go down. So Nightmare has been trading so efficiently with this army. He got 37 Lings for those 5 Zealots in the main. Very efficient trades. Never's go off. No! There's no splits. Big connections on the Ravagers as well as the Roaches. Sort of losing a little bit too much. And Nightmare, he may have lost those Destructors, but it was worth it. Was worth it in the end. Sort of still on a really low economy, still on sub 3 base saturation. We have less than 60 workers right now. And the problem is that Sort of feels so pressured to just keep building army because Nightmare has been trading so well, it's in his face. Base trade might actually be the best option here, but here we go. We have Lings at the 4th base, and Roaches are turning back around. Lings are getting across the map. Nightmare, he's focused, he's fixated on this 4th. The Disruptor getting a little bit adventurous. Is going to go down. Nice pick up from Sort of. The Ling harassed at the 3rd base was cleaned up. We have Lings at the 4th. It looks like we should focus on the Nexus. Likewise, Sort of loses his own 4th base as well. And the problem is that 3 base versus 3 base, better for the Protoss. This is negatively impacting not just the economy of Sort of, but also his production. Oh god. You have a bit of friendly fire there. Nightmare did end up losing his 4th base, but still has a massive Stalker army. Here we go, we are pushing forward. Sort of trying to retake a 4th base on the left-hand side. Is slowly getting up and running. Still stuck on Ling Bane, still stuck on Lair Tech. No Adrenal, no 3-3. No Infestors, no Vipers. Sort of getting ready for a bailing run by, but we have plenty to defend for Nightmare. And you can see Nightmare now exceeds Sort of in army supply. And what's terrifying here is that even so, like, Sort of his army supply is inflated with Roach Ravager. So Nightmare with a solid lead. Yeah, Bailey's gonna be rolling on in, but Bailey's, they do not trade well against Stalkers. They take down a good chunk of them. But without the Bailings, what is there really left? A handful of Roaches and Ravagers. Big Ling counterattack does catch some Stalkers. Good pickoffs. Does catch a couple of Stalkers across the map, but the main army, yeah, Sort of, he just cannot contend against this. Once again, 3 Ravagers get picked off. We still have 1 Nova in the chamber. Boys are being full, they have to be. Across the map, Ling's not going to be able to get a kill in the 4th base. Nightmare, no one can get a 4th up and running. It's just not happening. It's 13, soon to be 14 minutes in this game, and there is no 4th for anyone. Lings, they come in first round. Well, big Nova on those Roaches. A good surround on these Stalkers. Once again, the Novas, they connect with the Ravagers. The Blinks are looking good. We avoid those Biles. Lings are running out. Nightmare reinforcing. He still has momentum. And that was all the Ling Bane of Sort of. That's all he had left. And here come the Zealot's reinforcements. This is what we've been missing the entire time. Another massive connection on the Roaches and the Ravagers as well. Nightmare just doesn't miss. Just doesn't miss. GG gets called, and Nightmare will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Again, sort of, I mean, I say sort of, both players really were stuck on low economies for so long that game. They just could not get a fourth base up and running. But again, that mattered a lot more for sort of, less so for Nightmare. Sort of is the one that needed a better economy, needed, I mean, I would say economy more than production, but of course that was impacted as well. And yeah, the trades from Nightmare were insane. Not just the fact that he had a better economy, but the fact that he was just trading so damn efficiently. Not just with the disruptors. That was the most like impactful or like visually appealing part of it. But like the Blink Stalkers as well were trading so well, shaving off so many Lings and so many Roaches and Ravagers. The army efficiency for Nightmare was just insane. And with that, Nightmare does take the first game, but we're going to be getting into game number 2. Sort of has a chance to bring it back to force the ace match. Here we go. Here we go. Your New Year in 3.5 hours. New Year's is... yeah, 3.5 hours. Wait, what? Oh my god. I thought it was 4.5 hours. My apologies. 3.5 hours. It's totally possible that we could be casting while we tick into the new year. I miscounted earlier. I thought it was in 5 hours. Aye. Regardless, here we go. We're getting into this and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Solaris. We have the South Korean Protoss player representing Maturino Esports. It is Nightmare. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Blue Zerg player representing Root Gaming. Down in the series, looking to fight back. It is Sorto. He doesn't even miss on his own units, true. I didn't want to bring too much attention to it. If you remember, I think he killed like 2 or 3 Stalkers, and 100%, because he was trying to connect with those Lings. There were only like 4 Lings or 5 Lings. If the Nova didn't connect with anything, it would have just been a better trade for Nightmare. Like, he did more damage to himself than the Lings would have done to him, which was funny to see. But yeah, it's fine. It's fine. The other Nova's more than made up for it. All good. So we are settling in. Yeah, Nightmare with the lead in this series. I did mention before, of course, that Nightmare, he does thrive in the mid game, and I'm not saying that every game he's going to be going for a Twilight Council opener, but even if he goes for a Stargate as a follow-up, it should be something aggressive out of him. Whether it's Glaive Adepts again after the Stargate, or Charge lots into an Archon timing. I expect Nightmare to be in the face of his opponent. And we'll see how Sort of can react. Winding it back a little bit, I also want to praise Sort of, right? Because he did well against the Glaive Adepts. The initial Twilight Council opener of Nightmare did not do any damage. It didn't get into a mineral line. It didn't really trade well against the Lings. It did trade against Roaches too. To be fair, we minimized economic damage, but Sort of did overextend a couple of times. I want to say 3, maybe 4 times where Sort of did chase off of creep a little bit too far. That's where he was maybe getting a bit cavalier. But when it came to the early game, when it came to the openers, I do think that Sort of did handle himself well. But again, we have our tech of choice, and this time, Stargate. Stargate opener out of Nightmare. Should be going into an Oracle first, but the Stargate is actually rallied towards the Overlord, so we may go for a Void Ray or a Phoenix. We'll see where this takes us. Again, a Void Ray or Phoenix opener would make the most sense here. I mentioned before that Nightmare is a pretty aggressive player, and even if he goes for a Stargate opener, the follow-up is most likely going to be, you know, quite an aggressive one. Is going to be hidden. It's going to be difficult for Sort of to get a read of what is going on. And there it is. There is that Void Ray on the way. So the power of this opener is that with the death of this Overlord, the Zerg player has a very hard time scouting and getting a read on what the follow-up tech is. From here, we can go into a Twilight Council into Glaive Adepts. We can go into a Charger All-In. We can go into Skytos, right? Second Stargate and a Fleet Beacon. There's a lot available here to Nightmare, and Sort of won't know what's happening. Or he's going to have to try to piece it together with very limited information. Void Ray is coming out. You know, behind this, Sort of just getting into his third. Joining on up. No early tech. Overlord gets shut down, and we have our transition before even the third base. Usually you go for a third base and then the Twilight Council, but this is that much more aggressive. Nightmare immediately going for the Twilight Council and 2 more gateways. This screams Glaive Adepts. This could also be charged if we don't take the gases here at the natural, but regardless, Nightmare wants to be in the face of Sordo. As now he takes his third. Again, a delayed third base. Just because Nightmare wants to be that much more assertive. That's going to be running a shade out. Behind this, safety Roach Warren. Thankfully, we do have around a 4-minute 15-ish Roach Warren timing. A little bit later than last game, but at least it's on the way. So Sort of is playing very safe. He does get eyes on the third. And there it is. Glaives is on the way. So Sort of doesn't really know what's happening. But again, he's playing safe and preparing for the worst. Well, Void Ray's going to be coming in. Trying to pick up a gas geyser, maybe a drone or two. Means do zone it away. Now, the way this works is that there's no robo with this, so we're going to be warping in a couple of wave of adepts, and then we're going to be shading across the map, and we're already moving out. This is so fast out of Nightmare. It wasn't just a fast Twilight Council, but Glaives isn't even done, by the way. As Nightmare moves out, Sort of does catch wind of those adepts. Behind this, we have a Forge on the way. Interesting choice. Adepts making it just in time to force a cancel. Oh, that's a kill, not a cancel on the hatchery. 300 minerals down the drain. Adepts going to be threatening a shade into the third. We have a handful of leagues, but where are the roaches? Again, because this is so early, the roaches, they're not ready yet. They're still on the way. 10 roaches in production. Adepts shading towards that natural, and we do have a full wall. Good Sim City here from Sort of. We commit anyway. We're looking for a way in. Oh, we do wall off just in time. But we're picking off roaches. That's the thing here. These roaches, they still suck. That's going to be a kill on the Evo Chamber. Shade into the third base, but there's nothing quite to wreak havoc here. There's no drones. But we are denying mining, and this hatchery is taking a lot of damage. No shot we kill the hatchery, right? No shot. Void Ray comes in to support. That's another kill on the Evo Chamber. Lynx are having a hard time engaging. We're pushing into that natural. But there are too many roaches. We're shade towards that third base. But again, Sort of did a great job of just maintaining his workers, keeping all of his drones alive. And Sort of has held. Oh, did I speak too soon? Okay, we're good. Sort of has held. He's had some inefficient mining, only just now able to get his third base up and running, but he does maintain all of his workers. That's what's important. Behind this, Lair is done. Roach Speed is on the way. Void Ray gets picked up. And Nightmare is working on his next step, going for +1 Blink Stalkers alongside some Immortals as well. Something else we also have to bear in mind, sure, Nightmare didn't kill any drones, or killed very few, that is true. But he did kill the third. Sorry, he killed the fourth. And that's a pretty big moment there. He killed it, and we weren't able to rebuild it until now. So, Sort of, he's in a decent position, but it's not amazing. I would actually say maybe things are still neck and neck between Nightmare and Sort of. As the dust does settle, Stalkers have arrived, Blink is done, and we are looking for another denial of the fourth. And I'm getting deja. Oh, God, no! We do cancel. But I'm getting deja vu, where in game 1, neither player could ever take a fourth base, and Sort of is struggling. Hallucination coming in. Stalkers almost get caught out. They do blink away. The rest of the army is rotating over. Thankfully, Sort of does back up. As he does get baited in. Big force fields as well. We catch so many of these things. Very nice trap there from Nightmare. And Sort of is double expanding. He needs to. He needs to double expand. He needs to get one of these bases up and running to be able to sustain himself. You can see that Nightmare now has a supply lead. He has a more efficient army as well. He's got 3 Immortals, force fields, sentries, plenty of Blink Stalkers. +1 is done. Prism is on the way to reinforce and to juggle those Immortals. And this push is going to hit like a truck. Fourth base has been spotted. Nightmare pushing on the same side as his fourth. Bailey's going to try and roll in. Good force fields. Bailey's able to barely connect with some of those Immortals, but alas, it's not going to be enough. Where's that Prism, by the way? The Immortal's getting very low. First Immortal goes down, but we're running out of roaches, running out of army. We just take the Baileys to the face. It doesn't even matter. The Stalk army breaks through. Sort of that Ling. I was expecting a Ling counterattack elsewhere, but alas, he's racing back home. Now the Prism does arrive after the Immortals went down. But Nightmare, he has more than enough when it comes to pure Stalkers. The sheer amount of Stalkers here, just overwhelming, sort of. Doesn't have enough. Ling's going to be going down, and sort of is being broken. We ignore the fourth base. We go straight for the kill, straight for the third. Bailey's crashing, but again, it is just not enough. And GG is going to get called. Nightmare taking the series 2-0. Taking down sort of. GG. GG, well played. A solid game there out of Nightmare. Sort of, again, here in game 2, did a good job playing safely, and hey, he saved all his drones, but again, it wasn't just about saving the workers. There was so much lost mining time there. We got, I think we killed 3 Evo Chambers. Remember, there were 2 Evo Chambers that died morphing in, and the third one is off from the Void Ray. We killed the 4th base. Like, damage was still being done, and of course, 0 mining at the 3rd for so long. It was enough to allow Nightmare to have those reps pay for themselves, more than pay for themselves. And then, of course, we had that follow-up, and sort of he was stuck on 3 bases, stuck with a subpar economy. As a result, a subpar army, and Nightmare did overwhelm. GG. GG, well played. With that, Nightmare does advance on into the next round, and we are here to follow him. Up next, Nightmare is going to be going up against Skilless in a PvP. Let's go. What am I reading? Those Novas were so fat that Ben Kenobi said, "That's no moon, that's your Novas." Oh my god, I love that. That's beautiful. That's great. Aye. I wasn't expecting the Yo Mama jokes for the Novas. Oh. Here we go. We're gonna be following Nightmare into the next round, into that PvP. Let's go. Of course, my condolences to sort of. His tournament run did end there, but here we go. Spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the Red Protoss player representing Team Liquid. It is Skilless. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Blue Protoss player representing Matcherino Esports. He just took down sort of. It is Nightmare. And a big shout out to Oz Protoss in the chat for the 569 nice bits. Thanks for all the great casts this year. Looking forward to watching the Ducklings in 2024. Thank you so much for the bits. We appreciate it. Of course, we're not going anywhere. We'll be here in 2024, just like we were here all the years past, and I'm sure many years in the future as well. I'll do my. It's gonna be hard, but I'll do my best to cast even more in 2024. I think we posted our Twitch stats, and I think in 2023 we casted like 400 and something. Like we covered like over 400 events, which is like over one broadcast a day. So it was great. It was like 418 or something. I'm gonna have to double check, but it was a lot. It was a lot. I'll try to beat that. Do my best. Non-stop casting, Bobby. Non-stop. I mean, I already have other tournament series that I'm. Oh, let's go. I have other tournament series that I'm looking forward to trying to meet up with. To trying to cover. Sorry, I was just double checking. We had 475 broadcasts this year in 365 days. We had over 100 extra casts. Let's go. 475 in 2023. So I'll try to hit 500. I'll try to hit 500 for 2024. I'll do my best. I'll do my best. Aye. As Skillus is going for one base all in. We had 2 gate openers to begin with here, so the openers were standard, but Skillus does proxy his second pylon out in the center of the map. Nightmare did go for a probe scout. He's aware that the pylon is missing. Nightmare, he's on the scout. He's looking on the hunt, looking for that pylon, looking for the proxy. And back at home, how will he respond? Will he take it seriously? There we go. The Stalkers are fading out. He is looking desperately. Has two probes on the map. The Stalker pushing through the center, but alas, we have still not come across that Robo. We still don't see. We still do not know. There it is. It looks like we... Oh, no! we were so close. The probe does double back, but barely does miss the Robo. Nightmare. Now, thankfully, even though Nightmare hasn't scouted the Robo and hasn't confirmed the all-in, he's going for his own very safe follow-up. Robo and a gateway. A very safe way to play here. Delays his expansion in favor of a Robo, which means he can make his own Immortals. And of course, with a third gateway, he can keep up with the production of Skillus as well. So Nightmare playing very safely. Even though he hasn't seen the all-in, he's reading it as an all-in. And yeah, his probe scout does confirm it. He does see the lack of natural base. He sees a full wall-off as well. Immortal has revealed itself. And it's going to be a Nightmare to defend. It's going to be a Nightmare to hold. Scouting probe, it does get shut down. Nightmare going to be proactive. He dives on top of the army. Focusing down every single one of these Stalkers. Going for the Immortal as well. It's going to be an expensive trade. Can he get it? He cannot. Very clutch juggling there from Skillus. Does save the Immortal. Did trade okay. He lost 2 Stalkers for the 3 of Nightmare. Bearing in mind that Nightmare is on 3 gateways and I believe Skillus is only on 2. So even though Nightmare may have lost an extra Stalker, Skillus can't really reinforce as hard. He can't reinforce as well as Nightmare. Prism going to be moving out and Skillus will come. Oh, he sees it. He sees, he knows. He rotates around and he will deny that Prism. Again, Nightmare, he was hoping to sneak out across the map and get a couple of adepts in the mineral line. But Skillus does push him back. At the same time, as Nightmare is threading the needle, he's actually making his way through the blockade of Stalkers. Does make his way through. At the same time, does have a Stalker army on the right-hand side. Still trying to find that Robo, and Nightmare does slip in. We have a shield battery just now starting, but it's too little too late. The adepts have made their way into the main. And 2 adepts, one-shot probes. Workers are going to be going down, and Skillus is all in. It barely has an economy to begin with. Now even less so. That's going to be 4, 5, 6, soon to be 7 dead workers. Ay. Can we get a 7th? We can. At the same time, Skillus forcing his way across the map. He has to commit. Shield battery is done. Overcharge is available. It's not going to be an easy push from Skillus. He does have 3 Immortals. That's a lot of Immortals. Oh my god. Decent force field, but not able to capitalize on it. You see Nightmare pushing down. Oh, gets punished. Okay, Nightmare, his War Prism is across the map. He cannot juggle his units. We'll be losing a pylon. But he is holding. At the same time, he still has those 2 adepts alive. They're both deep in the red, but still kicking. But we can get maybe one more. Ooh. One more probe. Skills down to 18. Take down a Stalker. We take down a Gateway. Nightmare behind this, just continuing Immortal production, going into a Stargate for, I imagine, Void Rays. Still on 2 Gateways. There we go. 3rd Gateway is on the way. Skillus is getting damaged, don't get me wrong, but he's still not pushing up the ramp. It's still not happening. 4th Immortal on the way. The Prism, I do appreciate this coming back home. Like, the War Prism just adds so much utility to your main army, and Nightmare does need it. And for moments like this, you just can't push down this ramp. Adepts, they do get caught. Prism has arrived. This means that we can bait out a force field. We can try to. There it is, and we're not getting a Void Ray, we're going for a Phoenix. Okay. I mean, makes sense. So the Phoenixes, they add a lot of, again, they can crowd control, they can CC and lift up those Immortals, they can render them useless, essentially, inert, in the main army. Phoenixes are amassing depths, so we're gonna commit to the Shade! Ooh, we do commit, we focus down the Sentries, Force Field is thrown down, the Prism! The Prism does fall for Nightmare. The Phoenix not lifting anything, just going straight for the Prism of Skillus instead. Does get a lot of damage done, and Nightmare does force his way down to the low ground. The Prism does fall. And we get on top of the Immortals, and Skillus will be losing everything. GG gets called. Nightmare holds and takes game number 1. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Again, Nightmare taking Skillus's opener very seriously. Even though Nightmare didn't scout and didn't know where the Robo was, he was able to confirm that an all-in was coming, and again, he respected it quite a bit, going for his own gateway, his own Robo, delayed expansion. Not just that, but something that really did slow Skillus down was the Adepts in the main base. We killed, what, 8 probes in total? 8 probes may not sound like a lot, but when you're on one base economy, 8 probes can be everything, and that did slow down the push, the production, the reinforcements of Skillus. And with that, GG, we're getting into game number 2. Nightmare leading the series 1-0. Again, it was also a really risky maneuver for Nightmare to move across the map with that War Prism. Remember, he almost got caught. Nightmare almost caught that War Prism in the center of the map, but sorry, Skillus almost caught the War Prism in the center of the map, but again, Nightmare, he was able to thread the needle, barely bypass the main army, get into the main base, get into the mineral line. GG. Here we go, we're getting into game 2, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Golden Aura, we have the red Protoss player representing Team Liquid. Down in this series, looking to fight back, it is Skillus. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player representing Matcherino Esports from the land of South Korea. It is Nightmare. Hold on, I'll post it in the chat. There you go. Also, it was happening during the game, but a big shout out to Shiva Blaster in the chat. Gah, baby, gah. Thank you so much for resubscribing for 25 months, over 2 years of support. Thank you, Shiva Blaster. Thank you. We do appreciate it. Always, always. It's already been over 2 years, and I'm sure it's gonna be at least another 2. More than that, Bobby. More than that. All the StarCraft. Of course, we're willing to. I mean, 2024 is going to be a big year when it comes to other RTS as well. Whether it's year 0, was it year 0? No. Zero Space, that's it. Zero Space, or Storm Gates, or Immortal Gates of Pyre, or any other RTS that comes out. Again, going to be a big year for that, and more than willing to try them out, to embrace them, to maybe cast them, maybe, we'll see. I remember that when AoE 4 came out, I was like, oh, I'll cast some AoE 4, but I never got into it. I never got into covering it. I think I was given like an opportunity once, but I never had the time to play it. Never had the time to really immerse myself in it. Didn't grab me as much as StarCraft. Big cheer nonetheless. As we're getting into our openers, and it's going to be a 2-gate opener at Nightmare, 2-gate at a Skillus. We have Stalker Sentry, very safe opener from our red Protoss. Meanwhile, we have a very aggressive opener out of Nightmare, going for those Adepts. Going to be looking to shade across the map, and hopefully get into a mineral line. Meanwhile, the Sentry-based opener of Skillus is designed to not just defend, but also scout. Hallucinations are just so key here in PvP to get a read on whether your opponent is expanding, whether they're teching, going for a Stargate, Twilight Council, Robo. Hallucinations will reveal everything, or at least they should reveal everything. As Nightmare is doubling down, he opened up double Adept, and he's getting 2 more behind this, getting up to 4. He could go up to 6, could even go up to 8 Adepts as well. And once you get enough Adepts, a wall of a shield battery or a pylon is not enough to really stop the Adepts. They can DPS through that, they can power through and break into a main. And there it is. 4. We have another 6. We have we have another 2. 6 in total. Nightmare, he is committing here to the Adepts. Now, the downside is in a head-to-head fight, of course, Stalkers are superior. That is true, but Nightmare doesn't really care about a head-to-head fight. Again, he's more concerned with getting economic damage done. Hallucination comes in, does get eyes on the expansion, does get eyes on the lack of tech. So Skills should be feeling relatively safe. Skills does end up catching some of these Adepts here. Going to be focusing one of them down. At the same time, we do collapse on the Stalkers. Trading 1 for 1. A good trade for Nightmare. Ooh, and he can maybe get another Stalker as well. Skills, he was caught out. Additional Adepts are on the way. We're covered. So far, so good. Skills, he has been able to wall off for the time being. Behind this, going for a faster Twilight Council, which means Skills will have faster Blink. So tech-wise, Skills will have a lead, will have a power spike when he does have those Blink Stalkers. But we'll see if we can get there. Again, Nightmare still sharking around with all these Adepts. Even looking to catch a couple of stray Stalkers. Behind this, Nightmare getting into a delayed Twilight Council. And again, this is also just forcing Skills to stay back at home. Nightmare could also take this opportunity to take a faster third. Just because Skills is stuck at home. Now Nightmare taking up, going for a Robo in the main. Adepts continuing to threaten Shades here towards the natural. And it looks like this time we do commit. There is a shield battery. There are plenty of Stalkers in position, and oh, Nightmare, I don't really know if this was quite worth it. Got 1 probe so far. Only 1 probe. 1 probe for, what was that, 3 Adepts? You're losing 5 in total. That was not the shade to go for. Up until that moment, Nightmare was doing well. He had traded 1-to-1, like 1 Stalker for 1 Adept. But he has lost a lot of firepower, a lot of what was threatening Skills. Now Skills is sitting pretty. I mean, these Adepts are still a threat, don't get me wrong. 3 Adepts can still one-shot probes. But Skills can rest easy. Behind this, Nightmare doubling down and getting up to 4 gates. So 4-gate Blink with Immortals here from Nightmare. Looking to be a 2-base all-in from our blue Protoss. Meanwhile, Skills, instead of throwing down gateways, he throws down a 3rd base. So Skills will have the better economy. Nightmare is going to have a massive army. And Skills doesn't know. I'm a little bit concerned. I'm a little bit concerned. Skills, he did scout earlier with the hallucination. He did see all the gateways. So very bold of him to expand. The army of Nightmare is looking to push out. So far, only getting 1 Stalker. Adepts a shade across the map once again. Nightmare is expanding. He is taking a 3rd. The Adepts, 1 shades in, but 1 Adept can't really do too much. I'm still waiting for the moment where Nightmare does push. We do get a probe. We get 2? No, sure. We get 3? This 1 Adept getting a surprising amount of damage done. 3 probes, not too bad. And here we go. Here comes the War Prism. And with this, we can reinforce. We're going to be pushing. We have 2 Immortals with the army. We have a couple of sentries. The Stalker count is looking pretty similar, pretty even between the 2 players. But once the War Prism does arrive, we can, of course, reinforce. And Nightmare, his goal here is to break this 3rd, to break the army. As Skills has a hefty worker lead. We dive on top of the shield battery. Shield battery is going to be going down. Boys are being pulled. So far, no overcharge. Shield battery does survive. But the force fields do slice up the army, make it so awkward for Skills to engage. So far, good blinks, good juggling. The Immortals are getting low. And we dive on top of the Immortals. The first one goes down. We go for the Prism. It barely does survive. This 1 Immortal got some extra hits in. And Nightmare, he is cleaning this up, but no, he's going to be forced back. Doesn't have enough, but he killed 15 probes in the process. almost the entire mineral line, and just like that, Nightmare was behind in the economy, now takes a lead. Does take a worker lead. He doesn't have enough to break Skillous, but he traded well. Again, Skillous had to pull the boys and lost all of his workers in the process. Nightmare coming and picking up a couple more probes. He can't quite commit to a fight though. It does have to back off. Oof. Oh, as Nightmare is going to be bleeding out a couple of Stalkers here in the process. 2 Stalkers go down. At the same time, Nightmare slipping in from behind. Trying to pick off reinforcements if possible, but it looks like we have enough to hold. Nightmare being punished, losing a Stalker. Meanwhile, our third bases are getting up and running for both players. Nightmare still has a worker lead that he's been enjoying these past couple of moments. And transitioning into +1 and charge. Meanwhile, tech-wise, Skillous is ahead of him. He already has +1 in charge. Didn't start +2, which is a little bit concerning. We'll see if he does start that up. Skill's going to be pushing on the right-hand side. He is up in upgrades. There is a window where Skillous has +1 and Nightmare is on 0-0. Skillous does have the slight Stalker lead. Is that enough to overcome Overcharge though? We have another Prism. Oh, the Prism does go down, full of Zelts as well. Big pick off. And Nightmare shutting down the War Prism, shutting down this push. At the same time, Skillous is getting on top of the 4th base. Trying to force a cancel. Oh, we can't take this fight. Skillous bleeding out a lot of Stalkers, and the Zealot reinforcements back at home will protect the 4th base. Nightmare, he is holding. He sees the Zealots, backs the hell up. Does retreat, and again, Nightmare still has that worker lead, getting a faster 4th. Skillous, oh sorry, my apologies. Skillous getting the faster 4th instead. Already up, soon to be running. +1 has finished off here for Nightmare, and we never started +2. Oh, I think that was a mistake though. I think that's the second chrono that we've seen on this forge without any upgrades. I think that's an oversight. Ay. Again, Skillous, he had an upgrade advantage, but not anymore. He's not going to have one. We're going to be pushing on forward. Skillous trying to break this 4th base, but Nightmare just has too much. Forces Skillous back. He's going to try to reinforce, but numbers-wise, it's just in favor of Nightmare. We need more reinforcements, but they're not getting here fast enough. So here comes War Prism for Nightmare. A couple more Zealots as well. And Mortal putting in a lot of DPS. Nightmare, he's getting on top of this army. Forcing Skillous back. Nightmare still has that worker lead. And Nightmare is the one that starts +2. And again, I do think that Skillous, I think he thought that he started +2 earlier, just because we've seen 2 chronos already on that forge. And +2 never did start. Shield battery going to be going down. There is no overcharge. This 3rd base looking so exposed. Skillous has a Prism across the map, but he has to focus here back at home, and he has no, or he barely has any Zealots. And without Zealots, there is no buffer force. Stalkers, they can't push in. The mineral line is going to be going down, and Nightmare, he has broken this 3rd base. Earlier, Skillous, he had his own lead. He had a better worker count, but had a better economy. But GG gets called, and Nightmare will take the series 2-0, taking down Skillous. GG. GG, well played. See the chat. He canceled his +2, so he started, and I guess that cancel was a mistake as well. Again, bit unfortunate there. +2 wouldn't have been. It wouldn't have swung things in his favor. It would have helped. Definitely would have helped when it came to a lot of those fights, a lot of those engagements. But the big pivotal moment for Nightmare was his push at the third. His initial push when he was on 2 bases, where he had his immortal count, of course, he had a higher stalker count. He was hitting a timing with, I want to say, 4 gates, and he just 4 gates and his immortals. And he killed 15 probes. 15 workers went down. Skills was just being a little bit too greedy there, cutting a little bit too many corners, delaying his gateways for too long. And he was caught out. So congratulations. Congratulations to Nightmare. He advances on to the semifinals. To the semis to face off against his next opponent. Meanwhile, we have one more series to go before we reach the semis. We have another round of 8 match. It is going to be Dark versus Geralt. Here we go. And I believe the winner of this series faces off against Nightmare in the semis. Let's go. Also, I can hear fireworks. I can hear fireworks in the background. I'm also getting a little bit hungry. Maybe after the cast, I just realized I don't know if I can order food. I don't know if anything's open New Year's Eve. It's fine. I can order some ramen. I'm sorry, I can make some ramen. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Here we go. Spawning in the top right hand corner of Alkione, we have the Polish Protoss player, the blue Protoss, representing Psystorm Gaming. It is Geralt. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the red Zerg, representing Dragon Kai Gaming. It is Dark. Lots of stuff will be open. Christmas Eve is everything closed. Okay, okay. I hope so. I hope you're right. I hope you're right. We'll look into it after the cast. So we are settling into our final round of 8 match, our final quarterfinals before those semis. And again, Geralt has been very active. He's one of the more active players when it comes to ESL Open Cup Americas. He's one of the few Europeans that does stay up. Players like Geralt, Clem, MaxPax, Skillis, Wayne. Those are the typical European degens that stay up late into the night. I'm talking about staying up until 3, 4 a.m. and competing in this weekly. I respect it. Do you respect it? They put in the hours, Poppy. They put in the hours. Good last 2023 morning, everybody. Aha, good last. I mean, it's almost 2024 here, Poppy. Almost. 3 hours, Poppy. 3 hours until the new year. Here in Australia, I should say. It's a real quacked in the chat. What a legend supporter. Long time. But everyone has been having a great weekend, a great end of year. Wish you all the best, Pappy. Wish you all the best. So far, Hatchgas pull out of Dark. Important to take note as well that Dark is not taking the goal base. We have seen Dark many times on Alkione in this matchup just rush into this gold on this side of the wall as well. And then of course go for an all-in, go for a Roach Rush or a Link Flood. Dark has been very adventurous in ZVP. But for now, standard opener, Hatchgas pull, and I'm sure Geralt is breathing a sigh of relief as well, going for a Stargate opener. Now, earlier today, we were casting Nightmare in his own PvZs against Sort of, and we're talking about how aggressive Nightmare is, how he's always in the face, and he went for a Twilight Council opener. He also went for Stargate into Glaive Adepts in game number 2. Geralt is less so an aggressive player. He's a lot more standard. He does also thrive in the mid-game, but very rarely do we see Twilight Council openers out of Geralt. Very rarely do we see Glaive Adept follow-ups. We have seen a lot of Charge Up Archon mid-game compositions from Geralt. That is true. We have seen that quite a bit. Or even like 3-way Splink Stalker all-ins. But he's not really too adventurous in the early game. As Lings do slip into the main base, Dark getting a full scout of everything. Does see the tech, does see the Stargate, as well as the Oracle that is on the way. So a big scout here from Dark. Doesn't kill any probes, thankfully. But did get a free scout. At the same time, across the map, he does catch one of those Adepts. Well, one Adept does go down. The other does barely escape. Does recoil in the main. Dark, he was looking for the Adept. Did miss it. Yeah, he's now checking, and the recoil did already finish. So at least Geralt will have it back at home to defend. The first Oracle does stick around here at the third base. Now the question becomes, where do we go after this initial third? After this first Oracle is, ooh, we are a little bit supply blocked. Unfortunate for Geralt. But this is what we expected at Twilight Council and a Forge. This should be +1 in Blink or +1 in Charge. Did mention before that Geralt is one to embrace Charge or Archon-based compositions. But on a map like Alcyone, I imagine Blink Stalkers are going to be on the table. This is a map that is very macro-oriented. Your 3 and 4 base setup, and even a 5 base setup can be very defensive and very heavily fortified as a defending Protoss player. So we could be looking to try to go for a more tech-heavy composition instead. I'm referring to +1 Blink into 4 gates into double Robo Colossus production. That could very much so be on the table. Behind this, we have a Roach Warren as well as a Lair on the way. Pretty standard Lair timing. This was like, what, 4 minutes 40-ish? So nothing too crazy. This Lair should just be for Roach speed, and as we mentioned it, that is not 1 Robo, that is 2 Robos on the way. So it looks like, I mean, I was referring to Blink Stalker into double Robo Colossus, but this is a unique variation. We'll get into it as the Oracles are getting across the map. They're looking for damage. So far, Dark is going to be able to keep up with the rotations. Does force this back. So we actually delayed our upgrade here. The reason why we can afford a second Robo is because we didn't make any upgrade with the Twilight Council. This was intentional, by the way. Which means this may be not Colossus production. This could be Immortal. I'm really curious how this all pieces together. Again, there's no reason to get a fast second Robo if we weren't, if we wanted to go into Disruptor production or Colossus production. This should be double Immortal. There it is, 2 Immortals at a time. We have Templar Archives on the way for Archons, and we should be hitting a timing with Charge. Charge should be on the way behind this. So this is going to be very interesting, and we're going to have a very, very large Immortal count very fast as well. And Dark is kind of misreading this. So Dark has an Infestation Mid on the way. Plus on range, Roach Warren. Dark, it looks like he's assuming this is going to be very tech heavy, and it kind of is. But Dark, with this fast Infestation Bit, he can actually go into fast Hive, into Hydras, into Lurkers. He has that tech path opening up for himself. We'll see if he commits. And I'm pretty sure Geralt is going to hit before we can even think about Lurkers. So Dark has to be careful not to be too greedy. Lings have arrived. They do delay the 4th. Oracle's still being active. Threatening a dive into that 3rd. They are going to be zoned away. Oh, we hit on top of the Queen, but we have plenty to reinforce. We can maybe get 1 Queen. Ooh. Good trade, and oh, never mind. I was like, we have the Infestation Bit. We can try to tech up. We can try to go into a Hive. That is a Nidus on the way. Are we tempted to go into Swarm Host? Or are we just Nidusing across the map? I'm very curious. There it is. Swarm Hosts are on the way. So this is actually going to work very well for Dark. Swarm Host can do very well specifically against a player that has gone Blink Stalkers. And there are no Blink Stalkers. It is Charger, Archon, Immortal. A very immobile composition, which means it's going to be very difficult for Geralt to get on top of the Nidus Worms and to punish these Swarm Hosts. Very difficult. 11 Swarm Hosts on the way. Dark pushing on the right-hand side. Does take a stasis to the face. But more importantly, he does distract the army. Does draw the attention to the right-hand side. Nidus is on the way to go for that natural. And, I mean, Geralt, he has no way to shut this down. Geralt, he may just lose his natural, straight up. Nidus Worm is finishing. Geralt, his Oracles failed to scout this. They didn't see the Infestation Bit or that Nidus Worm. Locust Wave is coming in, and what do we go for? Do we go for probes, the tech, or the base? And we're going for the Robo. Oh my god. Robo is going to be going down. We can get a pylon as well. Nidus Worm on the right-hand side. We do deny so much mining here at the natural. And again, without Blink Stalkers, it's going to be very difficult for Geralt to keep up with this as we damage on the Immortals. A big overextension. Oh, never mind. We do force this back. Dark, he doesn't commit. He doesn't get himself the Immortal. Nidus Worm is going to go down. Geralt, he does hold on the right-hand side. So far, so good. We'll be losing an Archon, though. A rough loss there for Geralt. Please, pull back. No. Okay, we're good. We do pull back. Keep the second Archon alive. Another Nidus is on the way. Stormhost through the center. Zealots will catch them. Forcing out some early Locusts. But Geralt does have to rotate back around. We have charges to defend. Oh, these Locust waves were on A move. Not the best use here from Dark. The Locust wave is wasted. We get an Archon at least, but not much else. As the Swarmhosts are forced back, Geralt taking a 5th base already. Very aggressive expansions here from Geralt. He's got eyes on the roaches. We can see Dark transitioning into Hydra, Lurker, and Viper. Hive is already done. So these Swarmhosts, they were merely a stopgap here. They were a stepping stone to get into Hive Tech. Remember, Geralt, I believe, did initially want to hit a timing earlier, but he hasn't been able to. He's been stuck defending. Zealot's going to be going down. The roaches, they break through. Yeah, the Immortals are out of position. We're forced to recall back home, which means the Swarmhost can deny the 5th. Again, Geralt, he's being pulled apart. And this Nexus, can we cancel? We do not cancel, which means it's going to be killed. 400 minerals down the drain, and Geralt, he's being pulled apart. Again, this is the advantage of Swarmhost Nidus, is that you're just pulling your opponent apart left and right. And if you didn't open up and commit to Skytoss early on, or of course Blink Stalkers, which is the big one, it's just so difficult to keep up. That's Geralt. Yeah, he's just always one step behind. Always stuck chasing the Nidus worms, but never quite there to stop them. Another Nidus finishing up, and the Locust wave comes in. We take down the Zealots. We can maybe focus down the Robo. It's going to be close. And we can. Robo will fall. At the same time, Roaches, they push on the right-hand side. This time, the Immortals are in position, so we can protect the 4th. But remember, Dark is double expanding. Like, this is not his end game. Like, Dark, this is already paid for itself, I'll be honest. Like, the Roaches and the Swarmhosts, they could die right now, and it would be okay. Because it'd be actually better, because then Dark could make more Lurkers. It would benefit him to lose some of these Roaches and lose some of these Swarmhosts, and yeah, that's why he's throwing them away. Like, as we bleed out these Roaches, we're replacing them with just a higher quality army. We need to get rid of these Roaches. So we got another Nidus on the left hand side. Additional Lurkers are finishing up. +3 is on the way. Lurker range. Okay, Hydra's in production. Dark just refining his army and trading so well here. He gets into the mineral line. Probe's going to be going down. Blink is on the way, but it is a very late blink here for Geralt, just because of his build. There we get on top of some of these gateways, and here we go. Geralt, he is pushing right through the center, but he's going to be pushing into Lurkers. Not like this. Okay, we're just going to get the Nidus down, then we back off. When it comes to the army composition as well, we need to take a moment to take it in here. It's going to be 9 Immortals. That's a lot of Immortals, to be fair. It's a lot of Immortals. 22 soon to be Blink Stalkers with +3. +3 attack, by the way. This is a pretty terrifying army. This can deal with a line of Lurkers, true. Like, Immortals, they do surprisingly well against them. It depends on the positioning. Depends on the concave. Depends on the angle of attack. At this point, Geralt, he needs a 5th to be able to afford Skytoss. Like, a transition would be nice. Geralt doesn't really have the means to do so at the moment. As Locust Wave comes in. Yeah, this 4th base is going to be going down. And the Swarmhosts, they evacuate. We have 5 more Lurkers in production. And now Geralt, he's on a 3-base economy. Again, he just cannot sustain another tech switch, not yet. And he feels pretty all in with this. Here we go. We get on top of the gold. Gold base is gonna fall. At the same time, a Zealot counterattack here on the left hand side does run into a wall of spine crawlers. The spines on their own won't be enough. Stalkers, they push in. Mindful is going to be going down, but again, the reinforcements, they arrive just in time. Zealots are forced back. Oof. And again, Dark, he wants Geralt to push into him. That's why he's just been taking a defensive stance. And the Immortals, we have to get out of here. To get the hell out of here. We can't fight the Locust Wave. Behind this, Geralt did double expand. He's taking his 4th and the gold. That will help. +1 shields are on the way. There's that Skytoss transition. Now, this tech could have been thrown down a little bit sooner. This is a late transition, but again, a big reason for why this transition is so late is because we've been losing so many bases. So much of his economy. And Dark already has the ideal anti-ground toss army. How many Lunkers do we have? We have 32! 32 Lunkers, Papi. And we could have more if we lost those Swarm Hosts. We could. But why? We're just gonna get another base. Oh no. There's no stack defense, no shield batteries, no cannons, no way to buy time. We get into the middle line, Probe's gonna be going down. The base as well. Geralt, he's being picked apart. At the same time, Dark leapfrogging forward here with his lurkers. Geralt, he's been put on a timer. Slowly but surely, Dark, he's just pushing towards the main bases here of Geralt. He's running out of room, he's running out of map. The slow siege of Lunkers, it's coming. And we have to engage. We're pushing in. Decent storm. The Immortals, they come in from the right-hand side. We're going to be able to get on top of the Lurkers. This is going to be not a bad trade, but... yeah, we lose our buffer. We lose a little bit too much. How many Lurkers was that? That was 17 Lurkers going down, but it was 32. We still had so many more. We got on top of the High Templar. Oh my god. Massive spine shots go off. We have broken the 3rd base. And Geralt just cannot stop this. Not anymore. If that fight occurred like out on the map, like out on Dark side, then maybe Nova's going to be going off. They will not connect. Tempests are on the way, but it's too little too late. Too late for the Tempest. The base went down earlier to the Locust Wave, and GG is going to get called. Dark will take game number 1. GG. Aye. GG, well played. A solid game there out of Dark. And again, it's something that Dark does embrace from time to time. Essentially, this is kind of like the best case scenario to use Lurkers is if your opponent is going for a very charge shot heavy composition. It is something that you can abuse. As we saw, Geralt had a very hard time keeping up with the Nidus Swarms and keeping up with the constant harassment of Dark. He was pulled left and right over and over again. Another big reason for this as well is because the opener in this build from Geralt wasn't designed to turtle. It was designed to hit a timing. He wanted to hit a timing with, I want to say, like 6 Immortals, with Archons, with charge lots. This is also why Geralt was very light on stack defense. Like, didn't really have many cannons or shield barriers. It's not like the Showtime style, for example. The Showtime style of just taking up and turtling and slowly taking a 4th and slowly taking a 5th and just walling off. Like, that wasn't really what Geralt was looking to do. So because of that as well, that's why he was that much less prepared on his fringe bases and why he was having such a hard time dealing with the engagements and the pushes of Dark. And with that, Dark does take the first game, but now we're getting into game number 2. Let's go. Catching up. We go, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Hard Lead, we have the Polish Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Storm Gaming. Down in this series, looking to fight back, it is Geralt. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Zerg player taking a lead in this series. Already looking to take it all, looking to advance up to the semifinals, representing CranKy Gaming. DKZ, it is Dark. 32 long goes by. It's crazy. Again, Dark was in the driver's seat that last game, but I imagine Geralt is going to take a different approach. Talking about Alcyone once again, that build from Geralt to delay charge, to delay the Twilight Council upgrade, and to go straight into double Robo Immortal production was a very unique build. I should also emphasize that it's not standard whatsoever. A lot of many players don't do that. Geralt is actually the only player I've seen do that. So very unique build. I don't expect to see that again in game number 2. As we're loading into hard lead, of course, having a very short rush distance by ground, and I bring this up all the time, and it's been very applicable as of late. Hard lead is a very good map for virtual wins. If we wanted to cut workers at 50 to 60, if we wanted to walk queens across the map, or go for dropper lords, or go for a Nidus, and go for a German taxi, what have you, however you want to get the queens across the map, you can do so very quickly and very effectively on hard lead. Alongside roaches and lings, and you're all in. So I'm sure Geralt is aware of that. Now, something I will say is that Dark did take the linear third base instead of the triangular third. This center third base is more effective when it comes to spreading creep across the map and kind of having a bit of a launch pad to get that highway going to go for the all-in. So this third base is a little bit more passive, a little bit more defensive. You can still go for a roach timing anyway, but you know, the initial placement of this base is a little bit telling. As Geralt is going to be going for a Stargate opener. Once again, going to be doing Stargate first, should be an Oracle out of Geralt. As Dark is just settling into his own opener. Just going to be joining up, saturating his third, getting everything up and running, pulling out of gas once he does have that link speed. And really, I'm just curious about what gets thrown down after this Stargate. It should be a Stargate Oracle opener into a third base, that is true, but after the third, what kind of tech are we going to be working with? Do we go for a Twilight Council Forge once again? Do we go for a Robo first? Oh, as Dark is making a decent chunk of lings. It's still droning though. But he will have enough lings to shut down these adepts and to potentially counterattack as well. Likewise, just like the last game, 2 lings do get into the natural base. So if our good control out of Geralt doesn't lose anything, and the lings will get a full scout, we'll confirm the Oracle. Soon. I mean, we see the pylon placement, and we do not get the probe. Ay, ay, ay. Good control out of Geralt does keep everything alive, shuts down the lings. And Dark, he's aware of the Stargate, but he's not aware of the first unit of choice. As this time, both adepts do manage to shade away. They're waddling back across the map. Oracle is here to support as well. I love this. Geralt, he's aware that these lings are on the hunt. The Dark is looking for the adepts. And Geralt is just going to babysit them and ferry them back home. Things they go for the surround, but we have the Oracle. And the lings are forced back. Now, the downside here is that the Oracle isn't used to harass across the map, that's true, but Dark has really good queen movement and queen positioning, so it's hard to fight economic damage regardless. Dark does pick up a probe. Behind this is droning. That's going to be a fast Evo chamber. This looks like +1 melee out of Dark, so this is looking like Ling Bane instead of a Roach Ravager heavy composition. I'm assuming it's going to be melee, but we'll see. Behind this, lings are amassing as well, just continuing to threaten this third base of Geralt. And even pick off that Stalker, if at all possible. He wants it. Up! Forcing the activation of the Pulsar Beam. Overlord goes down, and there is that +1 melee. So again, it is going to be a very heavy Ling Bane composition out of Dark. This could lead into Ling Bane Hydra instead of Roach Ravager. We'll see. A lot of it will also depend on what Geralt is working with, because that is Blink, that is not Charge. So Ling Bane does very well against Blink Stalkers. So Dark can have a seamless transition into Hydras thereafter, once he realizes what's going on. Fourth base is being taken. Geralt's, I should also point out that this is a much more standard opener as well. +1 attack has been delayed. I don't think that was intentional. Usually you start +1 alongside Blink. So this is a little bit disjointed from Geralt. There we go, it is started up. Geralt is going to be pushing. Geralt has to be very careful because we are going to be amassing a lot of lings behind this. And Dark getting set up for a surround. Means are pushing forward. We're dishing damage here to that hatchery. Blink isn't done, by the way. Oh, this is a big overextension. Stalkers are going to be going down. Good target firing as well on the Oracles. This is an expensive loss. We go for the recall, but we lose every single Stalker. That was how many? 5 Stalkers. Doesn't sound like a lot, but that was the main army of Geralt. Again, pushing out before Blink was a risky move, and Geralt was punished for it. Pylon going to be going down. Dark has a lot of momentum going his way. That's a lot of Banelings now in production. Dark, he wants to break this third. Just waiting for those Banelings. Behind this, his 4th base getting up and running. Not droning, still committed here with Ling Bane. The Oracles are forced to spend their energy on the right-hand side. The Banelings are walking in. A good warp in. We do wall off. But we crash it. Oh no! We crash it regardless. 14 probes go down and we waddle into the natural as well. And that is going to be every single mineral line under fire. GG gets called and Dark will take the series 2-0. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Things escalating very quickly out of control. As soon as you make one mistake, and to be fair, it was a big mistake for Geralt to overextend, to lose his Stalker army out on the map. That was the green light. That was the green light for Dark to just amass Ling Bane and push across the map. And numbers-wise, Geralt just would not have enough to defend. He would need, I don't know, to fully wall off the natural, have some stasis traps set up. Remember, in the lead up to that push as well, Dark successfully did waste energy on those Oracles. There was like a revelation on Lings. There was the activation of the Pulsar Beam as well, just before the Banelings waddled in. So, really good setup from Dark. Really good setup, and GG. GG, well played. Dark will take it 2-0, advancing on to the semifinals. Whew. Oh boy. That was intense, Papi. That was intense. And up next... soon up next, I should say, we will be diving into the semifinals. It is going to be Dark versus Nightmare. We did cover both of them in their lead up to the semis, and they're both going to be facing off in the round of 4. And we also have, afterwards, the lower semifinals. We didn't get to cast any of the lead up to it, but in the lower semifinals, it is going to be Max Pax versus Hero in a PvP. Let's go. I'm going to need a moment to set things up, though, to set up the players, to set up the casting tool, and we've reached the halfway mark. The halfway mark of the broadcast. We have both semifinals and the finals left thereafter, so we're going to be going on a short break, very short break, a couple of minutes. Take this moment to hydrate your Hydras, stretch your roaches, massage your Marines, drain all of your disruptors, and we'll be back soon with Dark versus Nightmare. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to ESL Open Cup 207 Americas, Papi Americas. A bit of a replay cast, just to be transparent, of course, is a replay cast from events that did occur a couple of days ago. We usually do cast this event live, but at the time we were covering something else. We were casting Masters Coliseum, the number 7, the Americas qualifiers. We were casting players like Future and Estrella and Special and Trigger, all duking it out amongst themselves to determine who from the Americas region did qualify for Masters Coliseum. So unfortunately, both these events did collide. They did overlap. So we casted one, we missed out on the other. So we're here to catch up. And here we go. We have reached the semifinals. Dark versus Nightmare about to begin. Both players looking strong. We did follow Nightmare taking down Sort of and Skilless earlier in a PvP and a PvZ respectively. We also covered Dark taking down Geralt as well, but now both these Korean players will collide, and I'm here for it. We are here for it. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alkione, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss representing Matcherino Esports. It is Nightmare. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Zerg player representing Dragon KZ Gaming. The KZ, it is Dark. Here we go. So do settle into our openers, and this is going to be an interesting one. Both of these players, both Nightmare and Dark, thrive in the mid game. I mean, I say that Dark is more than willing to elongate a game and get into the late game as well. Hydra Lurker Viper into Broodlord Infestor. Dark is willing to embrace that, but more often than not, he does thrive in chaos, and chaos does ensue once we get up to 3 base economy. Likewise, so does Nightmare. We'll see if Nightmare can trip Dark up though, because even though Nightmare is very much so fond of going for Glaive Adept openers, for a Twilight Council, or even Glaive Adept follow-ups after a 3rd base, he used it very effectively against Sort of. Against a player like Dark, it's a bit harder to pull that off. Not impossible. It was a couple of weeks ago where we saw a hero have his way with Dark and just like Glaive Adept the hell out of him, like 3 games in a row. It was it was wild what a hero was able to accomplish with those Glaive Adepts. But again, that's kind of I mean, you need the control and the prowess of a hero to pull that off. Can Nightmare do the same? We're here to find out. We are here to find out. As for the time being, everything is looking normal. Nightmare just being as annoying as possible. Dark did get his natural base up and running. Did end up getting his hatch gas pool underway, and Nightmare does confirm that. Also very important that this was scouted, just because I mentioned before, Dark has embraced going for a hatch first here at the gold location as his natural. He's used it many times in this matchup, so Nightmare has to take note of that. Likewise, proxy hatches are not unheard of from Dark either. I wouldn't be surprised if we see it at one point in this series as well. Going for a proxy hatch just to disrupt the opener, just to really disrupt the economy of the Protoss. We'll see if Nightmare can keep up. For now, the probe just trying to get a read on the 3rd base and delay the 3rd if possible, but the probe is going to be shut down by these Lings. We have our tech of choice. It's going to be a Stargate opener here out of Nightmare, looking like an Oracle first. No Void Ray for shenanigans. Classic has been very fond of it. Nightmare a little bit less so. He has sprinkled in kind of Void Ray openers in his builds, don't get me wrong, but it's not something that he's really in love with like Classic is. As the Links of Dark are going to be chilling back at home. Again, 3rd base being taken. Joining on up, pulling out of gas, everything looking by the book here from Dark. Nightmare going for that Oracle first, as we mentioned. This should be an Oracle opener into a 3rd Nexus, into some form of tech. I'm assuming Twilight Council Forge, but we'll see. We'll see where or what kind of direction Nightmare takes us in. I feel like initially my eyes are going to be on our Protoss. So now the first Oracle is going to be moving out. Again, just trying to get a read on what Dark is up to, making sure that we have saturation at the natural, and picking off any drones that we can, keeping an eye on the 3rd base as well. Likewise, Dark also going to be maneuvering around with his Lings, making sure that the 3rd If it is taken, we have eyes on it. Oracle dives into the natural. We have 2 queens in position. We dive in anyway. Take a bit of hold damage. We do get 2 drone kills. In the main, we also have 2 queens in position as well. Spore now on the way. We get some larva. Add something. Even force out a spore. Oh! Do get another drone. 3 workers. Not too bad. And even 2 larva as well. Pretty good start here, considering it was only 1 oracle. And oh my god, this is not what I was expecting. We have a very delayed third. I was very curious. I was very concerned as to when the third was going to be taken, and now we see what is happening behind this. We have a second Stargate and a Forge. Okay. And a Robo? Wait, what? So we're not rushing into Skytoss. Otherwise, we would already have a Fleet Beacon. So, no Fleet Beacon. I'm assuming Phoenix? Mass Phoenix, question mark? I guess we could go Mass Void Ray, but that's a little bit out of the norm at the moment, as we do have the Oracles harassing. 1 Oracle goes down. Big overextension from Nightmare. Oracle is going to be forced back. Does take quite a bit of hold damage here. So far, not worth it. Initially, killing 3 drones was good, but after losing an Oracle, suddenly not worth it. And we are going Void Ray. Okay. Mass Void. Okay, Nightmare. Show me what you got. Now, the other interesting thing here is the Adepts are getting surrounded. Lings, they do get a full surround. They do catch them. We do barely commit to the shade. We do get the hell out of there. Third base is under fire. Oracle racing back home. So the interesting thing about this is that we have +1 attack. Because of +1 attack, it looks like we should be going for a ground-based army afterwards, and there we go. Twilight Council's on the way. We should be commencing Immortals. The Bay is on the way as well for Disruptors. So Nightmare is switching into Ground Toss. Did he really only make the second Stargate for 2 Voids? I mean, the second Void Ray is revealed. We are trickling in a couple of extra Void Rays, but again, this is not the main... there we go. We have a 4th Void Ray on the way, but again, this is not the main bulk of the army. There's that Gateway Explosion. It is going to be Ground Toss. So Nightmare essentially is trying to force an overreaction. He's trying to force an overcommitment from Dark into anti-air. Dark going for a Hydroden, making use of +1 range. So he's going to be going Roach Hydra initially into Hydra Lurker Viper, I'm sure. Which is going to be ideal against a Ground Toss army. Behind this, Templar Archives on the way. We have the Bay, but we're not doing anything with it. I'm like, this is so disjointed from Nightmare. It's a bit of everything, a little bit of everything. What I mean by that is, like, look, if we're going into a Bay into Disruptor production, usually you commit and you go for like a second Robo for double Disruptor production. But instead, we're like pivoting away from it. So we're getting into Archons and Charge Lots, which do well. And now we're going into Phoenixes. Like, just a little bit of everything, you know? I'm concerned that it's a little bit too scatterbrained and not too cohesive as an actual like army composition that works well together. But you know, we'll see. It almost feels like Nightmare is freestyling a little bit. And I don't know if he can. And here we go. Ling, Roche does rock up. We're looking to deny this Nexus here towards the south. Do force to cancel. Void Rays will force this back. Behind this, Hydra production well underway. We do have the Infestation Pit as well. To Hive Tech. We're going back into Void Rays. Did we make the Phoenixes? We canceled. Okay, we canceled the Phoenixes, going back into Voids. So we have a handful of Void Rays, a couple of Disruptors. I'm concerned because Ling Hydra is good against all of this. Like, if Nightmare was going Colossus, I would think he would be in a better position, but against Disruptor, with Disruptor, I'm a little bit more concerned. Now we have the Fleet Beacon on the way. It looks like we are getting into Skytoss. Storm is finishing up. We have +2 on the way as well. Again, this is a really messy way to get into Skytoss. It's very delayed, just because we've been taking all these twists and turns. It means that Carrier or Tempest production is going to be very much so delayed. Hydra's knocking down these rocks. Ling Roach getting eyes on the 4th base for a second time. Nightmare's going to rotate over to defend. That's a lot of Void Rays. He's going to be spotted by the army at the same time. Hydras, they come in from the left-hand side. They go straight for the Disruptor. No shield battery. Disruptor does go down. More Nova's going to be going off good splits. 4 Hydras do get picked up. But we do get eyes on the supporting army. Going to be depowering some of these gateways at the same time. The Roach Hydra army getting shut down on the right-hand side. The Zealots, they're trading well. They are trading well here. Again, what do we need against these Zealots? Lunkers, Bappy. And there it is, Lurker Den now on the way. So, Dark, he wasn't aware of the ground toss, which is why there was no Lurker Den. Now it's on the way. It is late, but at least it is in production before Nightmare was committing to a push. Lurkers are the thing that Dark is missing. From here, the goal base is being taken. Dark pushing on the left-hand side. Is spotted, but these Voiders out of position. Do we have Storm? We do have Storm available. First one does connect with some of those Hydras. Never going to be going off. Decent connection. Up! Getting 2 more Hydras here towards the end. A good splits, though. The last Nova doesn't connect. Does not connect. Void Rays still don't rotate over. Nightmare, he has faith. He does hold. Does hold with his ground army. Lurker Den just finished. There we go. Lurker range on the way. Carrier production has commenced. We have Blink in production as well. I mean, Nightmare did establish his 4th. And he's getting the gold. Like, he's getting there. He's working towards a maxed out Skytos army. Meanwhile, the Hydras are getting stuck. Nightmare from behind. Oh. Almost catches those Hydras. Does graze the army with that Nova. Does force it back. Carriers are on the way. Now, I still want to favor Dark. Like, Dark, he's got 80 workers. He's got the goal base. He's on 5, soon to be 6 bases. And Hydra Lurker Viper is going to trade a lot better here, especially with these Vipers coming in for those abductions. We need some feedback, so we do catch a Disruptor already. Big Storm. But it feels like, again, based on the openers, like Dark's armor composition is a lot more... He got here in a lot more of a fluid fashion. Big Storm there, does connect. Feels like we've stumbled here for Nightmare, is what I'm trying to say. This feels a lot more natural out of Dark, as there we go. The 9 Lurkers are in production. That's really been the thing that has been missing, the backbone to his army. Zealot Runback comes in. We get a couple of drones. We have Zealots here on the left-hand side as well. At the same time, a big link counterstrike the wall that's been broken! And the links, they are flooding in. The wall, no longer a wall. Zealots are doing what they can, but the links, they get into the main. Looks like we have plenty of stack defense. We should be able to hold on without losing too much. Things are cleaned up. So the Zealots, how many carriers do we have? We have 2, soon to be 4 carriers. That's okay. I mean, 6 carriers is kind of critical mass. It's kind of what we want to aim towards. These Zealot Rabbis have been keeping Dark back at home. Even trading with Hydras. Here we go. Nightmare is pushing. Looking at the army, we still have only 9 of those Lurkers. Still only 2 Vipers. That may be enough. As long as they don't get feedbacks. Nevers go up. Speaking of, big feedbacks on the Vipers. Storms as well on the Hydras, on the Queens. But there may just be too much on the ground as Dark, he is breaking through. The Storms, we have run out of Storms. We're getting on top of the ground army. The Carriers, one of them gets picked off. So does the second. A big loss there for Nightmare. An expensive loss. At the same time, did go for a Zealot counterattack, and he's getting damage done. A lot of lost mine time. But only 2 dead workers. And now Dark can focus on his next push. He's already maxed out. Nightmare is still trying to recover here from that loss. From that fight. His economy is good, don't get me wrong. His economy is good, but his upgrades are lacking. He's got +3 for his ground army. But the problem is, just because of how we got here, +1 for the Sky Toss is just so delayed. It is so late. Bunkers are coming in. Good splits. They do get in position. Vipers have arrived. Big power bomb here on the Void Rays. Oh, do get some feedbacks going, but that power bomb did so much damage. Softened up the Void Rays. We're getting within range of the mineral line. Probes are going down. At the same time, we do have a Zealot counterattack. We do have some units in position to defend. Oh, where the storms? Both High Templar go down. That Rumbai is getting into the mineral line. 10 drones go down, but we also deny mining here at the gold. And this is that much more important for Nightmare. Delta being cleaned up. Nexus goes down. Nightmare back up to 4 carriers. Again, that's an okay count, but not enough. Honestly, Dark doesn't even need Corruptors. Like, Hydra Lurker Viper is enough here to sustain himself. Some Lurkers do get caught. We're down to 7 Lurkers, but we have 8 more on the way. The Vipers were feedbacked earlier, but they survived and they're gathering up energy. Alright, just pushing on the left-hand side. They take down the Cyber Core. Catch some transferring workers. Observer's just dragging the army out of position. At the same time, another Hydra army on the right-hand side. Nightmare does have a recall if he needs it. I mean, he's got shield battery. He's got an overcharge. He will hold. Dark bleeding out a little bit too much. And these Zealot Rumbais are so annoying. They're actually doing quite a bit here. Take down the Spine Crawlers. Carriers, they push right through the center. Dark forced to turn back around. Drones are falling. But it looks like Dark has had enough. The Zealot counterattack is still wreaking havoc here towards the left-hand side, but he's just pushing right through the middle. He catches the carriers. Gets 1, 2, 3, 4 carriers going to be going down. Big pickups. Dark, you may have lost drones, but he doesn't care. Not anymore. And where are the storms? There are none. All the High Templar were morphed into Archons. We have some fresh High Templar which need time. 18 drones did go down. That is not insignificant. It's a pretty large amount. But Dark, he reset the carrier counts, and that matters that much more. As the Mass Hydra has arrived. Given time, these High Templar will each have a storm, which will be huge. Isn't there yet? Lurkers are getting caught out as they try to harass. But the Mass Hydra becoming too much. Storms already! That's a lot of storms. We still have 2 left. We still have 1 left. That's the final storm, and we clean up the Hydras at the same time, though. We're also breaking through with our reinforcements. It took everything the Nightmare had. He did kill 28 drones, by the way. Big Nova. So this is getting a little bit scrappy. Dark doesn't have the best economy behind this, but neither does Nightmare. And the Lunkers, they're breaking through. And the reinforcers, they barely break the right-hand side as well. Bases are falling left and right. Pushing into Lurkers. We should clean this up. We do have detection. Yeah, every single Lurker is going to be going down. At the same time, the 5th has fallen. This was an expensive loss for Dark. We'll say that. Did lose, what? Most of his Lurkers. All of his Lurkers. Only 1 Viper survives. But Nightmare is down to a 4 base economy. And Dark, he's still okay. He's still got 68, almost 69 drones. Nice. He's getting there. Rebuilding or building up his Roach Hydra army. He's been trading well enough. Let the Zealot run by. Again, the thing that's been keeping Nightmare in this game have been the Zealot counterattacks. Like, they've been doing so much for him. They've been making this closer than it otherwise could have been. Storms being thrown down. Do we have enough anti-air? There's only 1 carrier. Only one carrier, don't really need that many Hydras. Roach just pushing through, another Zealot counter attack. We have Lings to reinforce. We have Lings coming in to deal with those Zealots. The Hydrogen does go down. Big pickoff. Very nice pickoff there from Nightmare. The transferring probes. As what you see is what you get, and oh, never mind. We do have a backup Hydrogen, so it didn't even matter. Dark, he was ready for it. Ready to lose that Hydrogen. And now here we go, Dark pushing in with what looks to be the final push of the game. That was we have one storm left. That was the final storm for Nightmare, morphing in as many of these Archons as he can. We have the yoink. The final carrier falls, and Dark is gonna break through. GG gets called. Dark takes game number 1. GG. This was a wild game, by the way. Oh my god, Nightmare's playstyle. I say playstyle. His build was crazy. Winding it back, it was a second Stargate before third into double Void Ray production. But remember, it was a second Stargate with a Forge alongside a Forge for Fast +1 into a Robo. Like it was so disjointed. It was crazy. It's not something that I've seen before, I'll be honest. I've seen variations, but nothing quite like what Nightmare did. I don't even know if Nightmare knew what he was doing. This is one of those games where I would love to like it's always hard because obviously Nightmare lost the game. But I would love to probe Nightmare's mind about the hell just happened. Because this was, yeah, it was something. Into the Bay, into single Robo Disruptor production, into Charge Lot, Blink Stalker, like it was, GG. Dark does take game number 1. Catching up in the chat. Is Dark just not dead? I don't think there was a moment where Dark was losing that game. I think he was, as I mentioned before, like the problem with what Nightmare was doing, not just that like the build was quirky, just because of his build order. Yeah, again, it was just a really awkward road to Skytoss is the problem. Usually if we're rushing into Skytoss, like we get really fast air upgrades for your carriers, which makes them that much more potent, just because we get really fast +1 air attack into fast +2, eventually +3 air attack. But because we were investing into all this other tech in the lead up, and it was kind of it was throwing Dark off. Dark, he wasn't really aware of what was happening. If you remember, that's why Dark had really late lurker den. If you remember, that was the case. But even so, like going into Ling Hydra, or sorry, Roach Hydra at the time was good enough, and it was smoothly or just leading and transitioning into Hydra Lurker Viper, which is exactly what Dark needed anyway. So yeah, it was weird. It's a weird one. As we're getting into game 2. Getting into game number 2. But you know, maybe you have to do something weird if you want to try to take down and catch a player like Dark off guard. It's possible. And here we go, spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Oceanborn. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Matcherino Esports. Looking to fight back, looking to have the series 1-1. It is Nightmare. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Zerg player. The red Zerg representing DragonKy Gaming, DKZ, leading the series 1-0. It is Dark. Here we go. See in the chat, I would like to see Aspire. Kind of. I mean, I was more than happy not to see Aspire, just because, again, it wasn't a big dedication to Skytoss. We never exceeded 5 carriers, so going into Corruptors wasn't really necessary, because Nightmare had so much on the ground. Lurkers were what he needed at that point. It was fine. All the lunkers, Poppy, all the lunkers. There were some rough fights for Dark where he maybe overextended with some of his lurkers, but if you remember, even in the times where he was losing a good chunk of lurkers, he was also counterattacking and taking down bases and sniping Nexi. Like, these are trades that Dark was still coming out ahead with. It was just a really odd one. I'm shaking my head. There's like a lot of rules. Like when you cast enough StarCraft, there are like these unwritten rules about certain playstyles and about the game that you have like in your mind, and it feels like some of those rules were being broken in that last game. That's why I'm having a hard time like sinking it in. Let's go. As we're getting into game number 2, and I'm expecting something a little bit more sane here from Nightmare. I'm expecting it. So now we are going for a gate expand into the Cybercore. Behind this, based on the pylon placement, it should be a Stargate opener as well. We did mention before that if it is a Stargate opener, that Oracle-based openers are a lot more commonplace here from Nightmare, but we'll see. After game 1, I can't make any assumptions about Nightmare anymore. I can't be like, you know, he thrives in the mid game and he's all about like glaive at eps or like mid game pushes. But after what we just saw, like I can't say that anymore. I don't know, Fabi. I don't know. What happened? Hey. But now Hatch's pull out of Dark, standard opener from our Zerg player at least. Gonna be joining up. Again, this should all be leading into a third base. It should, Pat. It should. And, it is going to be a Void Ray first. Okay, bold move here out of Nightmare. Bold move. The reason why I say this, usually if we go for a Void Ray opener, we actually have the Stargate a little bit further back. The reason why you would throw it down forward is so you have less travel distance between your Oracle and the mineral line of your opponent. So, yeah, really interesting kind of choice out of Nightmare going for the Void Ray. With this, he could either decide to ignore this Overlord and get across the map and try to snipe some of these other scouting Overlords first, and then double back and kill this one. Or if he's more concerned about hiding his tech, he can focus down the initial Overlord, and there we go. The first Overlord will go down, which tells us that, again, it is likely that Nightmare wants to try to take it a different direction. Should still be throwing down the third base, but this could be into a fast fleet beacon, it could be into Twilight Council, glaive at eps. Could lead into a couple of different directions, or a couple of different ways. Meanwhile, Dark going for a very early Roach Warren. That was what, like a 3-minute 30 Roach Warren? That is wild. Despite knowing it's a Stargate opener, it looks like Dark intends to go for a bit of a Queen Walk across the map. Again, you don't get a Roach Warren this early on without good reason. And there it is, second Stargate. And the Robo again. Wait, what? Very similar to the last game. So it's going to be double Stargate into a fast Robo. No fast Forge this time, but the game may end before it really begins for now. Yeah, same build. It's the same build as last game. No shot. Meanwhile, we're walking. Dark is going for an all-in. We pointed out the fast Roach one earlier. Dark is going to be sending it all across the map, and Nightmare has very little to defend. Because of his build order right now, he is teching hard with Forge, Stargate, Robo. He only has 2 gateways. He can only warp in 2 units at a time, and he's not prepared for this whatsoever. Like, this is a hard punish from Dark. Again, there's no Immortal production, there's no Blink, there's no charge. We're throwing down a wave of shield batteries here, and we'll see if Nightmare can pull off a miracle defense. As Dark has arrived, cutting workers at 38. Queens are waddling in, which means he has anti-air to deal with those Void Rays. Shield battery already under fire. And that is an Artosis pylon. It's going to be focused down. The pylon falls. These shield batteries, they will do nothing. They're all depowered. This Nexus will fall. Behind this, we're droning. Lair is on the way. Honestly, I think Dark could commit. I think Dark could maybe break the natural, but he's making sure he's ready for the next step, as he has already killed the third. Gateway is going to be going down. Once again, a fast robotics bay. And no shot. Nightmare is going to start doing this more often. Shield battery is going to be going down. So does the Cyber Core. We start up the first of these disruptors. But Darky is breaking through. Getting us up with the shield battery, one of the cannons. We have one cannon remaining. It's going to be piled down as well. It does fall. And there are 2 units left on the ground. 1 Adept and 1 Stalker. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe there aren't any gateways. 0 gateways in the main base. There is 0 production. Nothing is here. GG gets called. Dark was droning. He was working on the next step. Didn't even need it. And Dark will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. That was the same build 2 games in a row from Nightmare, which means game 1 wasn't a fluke. Game 1 wasn't Nightmare freestyling. No, there was intention behind it, which is crazy to me. Again, we cast StarCraft on a daily basis here. We've casted Nightmare plenty of times. This is new to me. This is a new build out of Nightmare that he's been trying out. I haven't seen him do it before. I'm curious if he's going to do it again. I'm curious if in the coming weeks, in future ESL Open Cup Americas, Asia, KSLs, I'm gonna be keeping my eye on Nightmare, and we'll see if he sticks to it. Again, very peculiar build, and he wouldn't be doing it if it doesn't work. So I'm sure. Basically, I'm excited to cast him against like Solar or DRG or Shin, some of these other Korean Zerg players. I'm curious if Nightmare whips it out against them as well, because I didn't see it working, but clearly there's potential there. So. We'll see. Regardless, GG, well played. Congratulations to Dark. We're taking the series 2-0. Advances on to the grand finals. GG. The chat, Nightmare, he's cooking. I mean, that's the way to put it. You're not wrong. He is cooking. Does it taste good, though? That's the question, you know? Is what he's cooking edible? That's what I'm curious about. Because, again, there's intentionality there, and it's a shame that he's also doing this against Dark, especially on Oceanborn, as we saw Oceanborn very much so is a map that we see Queen Walks very often on. So Dark just completely punished and hard countered the build, essentially, by going for an all-in. You're very exposed when you're taking up that heavily. I can see potential on Alcyone, which is what we saw in Game 1. I can see potential on Radisset Station. Maybe Side Delta, maybe. I'm curious. I'm very curious. It's gonna keep me up at night. It's gonna keep me up. Definitely interested in watching more of Nightmare's PvZ. But regardless, congratulations to Dark. He does advance on. Nightmare is going to be eliminated from this tournament, but has shown us something a little bit different for the first time, at least for me. It's possible that Nightmare maybe has done this in some of the most recent. I know Wardy's been running. I know Wardy, he ran like a Christmas tournament, right? I don't know if Nightmare was a part of that, or if he was a part of some of the most recent Big Brain Balls, or like the ballistic missile. What's it? the event that Roddy casts. It's possible that maybe he's done it there. It's possible. Those are events that we don't cover here on the CranKy Ducklings. So curious. Regardless, we are getting into our next series, and up next we have the lower semifinals. It is going to be Hero versus MaxPax in the PvZ to determine who faces off against Dark in the grand finals. Let's go. Let us go. The best Protoss in Korea up against the best Protoss in Europe, or the best Protoss outside of Korea, if you will. They are going to be clashing. We have seen these two face off in the past. In the previous map pool, I don't remember casting them both in the new map pool though. So I'm ready. I'm excited. I'm here for it. For this PvP. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner of Hecate, we have the red Protoss player representing Psystorm Gaming from the land of Denmark. It is MaxPax. Big brain bat. That's it. Big brain bats. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss representing Dragon KZ Gaming. DKZ. It is Hero. in my brain, because of the alliteration of the big brain bouts, my brain goes to what was it called? It was the Ballistic Brawl, if you recall. It was sponsored by Ballistics, who I believe they create like Rams or something, like they're a Korean sponsor. That's what my brain goes to. But thank you for letting us know. Do appreciate it. And here we go. We're settling into our PvP, and MaxPax's doing MaxPax things. He's going to be going for a gate expand on the low ground, as to be expected, and Hero is going for a 2-gate opener in his main. So this is typically the dynamic of PvP where MaxPax is involved, where MaxPax is hoping to bait out an all-in, and the question becomes, does his opponent reciprocate? Do they accept the challenge? MaxPax is kind of throwing down the gauntlet. He's saying, what are you going to do about my economic opener? And Hero, how will he respond? It looks like he's setting up for a fake proxy pylon. Of course, MaxPax is scouting in the main base, and he is going to confirm that the pylon is missing. We can see that Hero has thrown it down, and that we're not committing to anything. But MaxPax doesn't know that. He doesn't know if it's fake or real. So behind this, MaxPax, I believe, did go double gas. Oh, delayed the second gas here. So again, much faster expansion. MaxPax, he usually opens up Stargate, but this is a very economic opener. This was a gate expand, I believe expand before Cybercore, so very greedy stuff here from MaxPax. Hero hasn't even scouted, I just realized. No probe scout. I mean, there's very little reason to probe scout, just because I'm sure Hero knows what he's up against. But now he's going to get confirmation just how fast this Nexus is and how late the Stargate is. So this is as greedy as you can get. This is as economic an opener that you can get away with, or that you can try to get away with in PvP. I do not recommend trying this at home. This is very unique to MaxPax, and I'm sure if you try this at home, you're just going to get all in and die. So be wary, be careful. This build is performed by a professional, let me tell you. And Hero is going for his own expansion behind this. Okay, so it's going to be a 2-gate opener into a delayed expansion. So as we settle into this, MaxPax will have the economic advantage, but MaxPax doesn't know that his opponent isn't all-inning. Remember, we spoke about it before, that the pylon was thrown down and MaxPax isn't aware of it, so he's throwing down a shield battery, Stargate into Void Ray. Very defensive follow-up here from MaxPax, and you could argue inefficient because Hero isn't going all-in. So this is a lot of resources invested into a defense that isn't really necessary. But MaxPax is just playing safe. Just playing as safe as possible, as he now confirms the Nexus. MaxPax dipping into the main, does also scout the Twilight Council. He's aware of the Blink opener. So now MaxPax is, aware that there shouldn't really be aggression coming his way. He can just calm down, settle into his game, probing on up, getting his second gateway up and running, and eventually his own Twilight Council. Now, the big advantage that Hero is going to have in this PvP is Blink. He's going to have Blink well ahead of his opponent. He's going to have a more maneuverable army, so he can hit a pretty strong timing with this if he so chose to. Otherwise, the other thing available to Hero is map control. He has map control, which could lead into a faster third. Sure, MaxPax, he may be up 7. That's a lot of probes, by the way. He's up 7 workers. He had a faster natural, but if Hero takes a faster third and contains MaxPax to 2 bases, that is another way that Hero can catch back up in this game economically. Meanwhile, Oracle's going to be diving in. Hero is in position. Does force back that Oracle. Revelation does get eyes on the production, or what little there is in the main. MaxPax also has a proxy pylon on the map. This is to warp in, I imagine, Adepts to try to shade in, and Hero will be going for the faster third. Ooh, Adepts are on the way. Again, 2 Adepts, 1-shot probes, and there is no SimCity here on the low ground, so we'll see if Hero can keep up with this. We'll see if he can minimize his losses, as Hero has not seen the pylon, and MaxPax scouts the 3rd base. As I mentioned before, MaxPax has a better economy currently, but he's going to be behind when it comes to the 3rd base timing. Adepts, they do shade into the natural. Probes are going to be going down. Ooh, 3 workers already. 3 probes, and the Oracle gets into the main base. Hero out of position. 6 workers go down. Good damage here from MaxPax. Doesn't lose the Oracle, only loses Adepts. MaxPax is going for a bit of a later third, but not that late. Thankfully, not too far behind his opponent. Meanwhile, Hero is pushing. Blink is finishing up in a couple of seconds, just now done. We spoke about this, but again, Hero, he has Blink over his opponent, has a more maneuverable army. And with good enough control, and Hero has some of the best control in the world, he can come in and try to pick up a couple units for free. Yeah, he does dive on top of the Void Ray. Void Ray goes down. One Void Ray for one Stalker, and he wants to shut down the army. Gets a Stalker as well. Shield Battery is not done. And so far, good trades out of Hero. Gets another Stalker. It isn't enough to break his opponents, but again, it was a good trade. Hero lost 2 Stalkers for 1 Void Ray and 3 Stalkers of his opponent. But does lose a couple of probes across the map. This Oracle doing it a lot of damage. How many kills? 7 kills in total. Very nice. Hero finally can shut down this pylon. So Hero has traded well with the army, but economically still behind. Still down 10 workers. And MaxPax now has his own third up and running. Behind this, working on +1, working on his own Robo. Hero up in Robo production will have faster Immortals and faster charge. So far, MaxPax, he wants to engage before the Shield Battery does finish, but the Blinks are on Hero's side. Oracle gets in, and once again, this one Oracle had 7 kills, now 11? Oh my god. This one Oracle, the MVP here for MaxPax, just making sure that Hero's economy is crippled and stays crippled. Down to 47 probes. Now, what I will say is that Hero, his army has still a lot of potential. Hero, he has charge over his opponent. He doesn't have +1, but I think Hero's going for a big all-in at this point. Hero, he's down in workers, and I don't think he intends to recover. He's pushing. War Prism's on the way. Hero is going to be very committed with this attack. Hero is up in army supply. And MaxPax, he's out of position. Going to be hitting that third. I don't think Hero cares. Not anymore. Forcing the recall even. MaxPax does realize how much danger he's in. Oracle comes back in, gets another 2 probes. But Hero is committed. Charge is done. Charge nowhere near being done here for MaxPax. The Prism overextending a little bit. Shield Battery is going to be going down. Good force fields. We dive on top of the Immortal. Good juggling though out of Hero. Does keep the Immortal alive. The Prism is going to go down for both players. But the Stalker army here from Hero, it's becoming too much. Yeah, this timing from Hero just too strong. GG gets called. Hero breaks through, breaks the third base, and Hero will take game number 1. GG. MaxPax doing an amazing job at crippling the economy of Hero time and time again. Again, MaxPax had I think over 15 workers compared to his opponent, and Hero was forced all in. He was forced all in. MaxPax realized what was going on, but wasn't quite ready for it. Really good target firing out of Hero, shutting down the shield batteries. There was no overcharge despite defending back at home. There was no shield battery, no overcharge to support the army of MaxPax. And again, he had already bled out some units earlier, late with charge, or I should say, because the build of Hero hit with charge before MaxPax had his own. Ooh, GG. GG, well played. Hero does take a lead, and now we're going to be settling into game number 2. Ooh. Again, if the game had gone on longer, MaxPax would just overwhelm his opponent, would snowball out of control. Hero was on a timer, and you could argue that Hero works best under pressure. That's the Hero we know and love, hyper aggressive, with the control to back it up as well. And now we're getting into game number 2, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the Danish Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Storm Gaming. Down to the series, looking to fight back, it is MaxPax. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent, we have wait, what? We have a game that's gonna be remade, actually. Ooh. Uh-oh. I am a little bit concerned. Do we have the actual game? Uh-oh. I need a moment. Not like this, Papi, not like this. I need to slip in some DMs. Where's Where's the ESL admin, Poppy? Where is he? We need game 2. Don't blue ball us like this. I want to be satisfied. But it looks like maybe the game was made on the wrong server, which is why they did choose to remake. Oh, it's New Year's Eve, Papi. No one's available. Ah, not like this. In the replay pack that I have, I do not have another game 2. That's the only one I have. Not like this. So it looks like they must have made a mistake when it came to constructing the replay pack, and they got that game 2, and that wasn't it. Oh no. And I don't have anyone. I mean, it's a really bad time for the Americas as well, right? Like, it's what time? It's like 7 a.m. or something in America. It's like 10 a.m. depending on where you are. No, Smurge. That was a really good game 1 as well. That was solid. Is it New Year's Eve? I mean, here in Australia it is. But I think for most parts of the world it's ticked over and it's New Year's Eve now. Oh no, I don't have anyone. They're all asleep. Ah. So it's tomorrow. You're in the future. Oh. Kind of. I mean, I'm here in Australia. I think the only time zone that's ahead of me is New Zealand. I think New Zealand is ahead of us by like an hour, I think. 1 or 2 hours. So I think, unless there's like some small islands like further out than New Zealand, and maybe they experience New Year's a little bit faster. But yeah, if I get a response, it's probably going to be tomorrow. When it comes to game 2, so we will not be able to. We won't be able to experience it. Feels bad, man. We're looking for a stream to rate. No, we're not looking for a stream. We're looking for a game. That's what we're looking for. So yeah, it looks like we won't be able to cast game number 2. A bit of a mistake when it came to just constructing the replays, and I guess the wrong replay was added to the pack, and as a result we do not have it. I'm sure I'm sure I can get it, but it will probably be in a couple of days. Unfortunate. No more games. Well, we won't be able to finish this series. We like to participate so we can get some real quality gameplay. Not like this. Well, I guess I have to break the immersion, I guess. Because the show must go on, and this was the semifinals. Dark was waiting for the winner of this series in the grand finals, and I have the replay pack for the finals. I've got the replays. We can get into it. Unfortunately, we just come in a little bit, just a little bit not satisfied here, just because we didn't get to cover game number 2. It is what it is. I know. I'm happy to show a match and pretend to be hero. Get out of here, Sounder. Get out of here. Sounder. Okay, well. Don't know what happened. We don't know what happened in game 2, but I can tell you that Hero did win. Hero did win game number 2 and did advance on to the grand finals to face off against Dark. And that is what we're going to be casting next. It is going to be Dark versus Hero in the finals. Let's go. Again, I apologize for not being able to cover game number 2 of Hero versus Max Packs. I would have loved to have seen it. I'm sure it would have been a banger of a series, and it always is between the two of them. But the show must go on, and we have our finals. Ooh. Here we go. Just need a moment to set this up. Best of 5. We got our teams going. And we have our first game. He probe rush, you know, it's fine, don't worry about it. He proxy nexus. It's all good. With shield batteries, like an animal. But regardless, we're getting into this, and yeah, we're getting ready for the grand finals. Again, this will be our final series of the event. Those that are curious, this event did occur a couple of days ago. We missed it. We covered Masters Coliseum instead. So we're just catching up here on a tournament that did occur a couple of days past. As we're loading into game number 1 here of the grand finals of ESL Open Cup 207 Americas, papi. The final ESL Open Cup Americas of 2023. This is where it all ends. Who will be the final ESL Americas champion of the year? We're here to find out. We're here to find out, and game 1 is going to be on Alcyone. I'll be honest, part of my brain is still shut off from that Nightmare series. Like, that Nightmare series really did one on the brain a little bit. It's I'm still recovering. But here we go. We're diving into this and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alcyone. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the red Protoss representing CranKy Gaming. It is Hero. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the blue Zerg representing CranKy Gaming, as they are teammates. DKZ. It is Dark. Cannon rush, exactly. Did Maru and Hero live together for a period of time, or am I just imagining it? I'm sure they did for a while, though. They were not on the same team. As far as I'm concerned, they are good friends. I will say that. There are plenty of photos out there, especially during GSL group selection, where Hero and Maru are like very much so on each other. Like Byun as well. They're all very close friends. But I do not believe they live together, as Dark is going for the gold base. Let's go. Again, Dark is very fond of this. I was very surprised not to see Dark do this build against Nightmare. I mentioned it at the time when we were loading into Alcyone. I was like, Nightmare scouting, he needs to, because Dark is very fond of rushing into the gold, and that's exactly what's happening here against Hero. Dark going for the probe scout. Now, what's scary here is that Hero should be checking the third base locations first, because usually you force out the unnatural natural, and so far this gold has not been seen by Hero. Now, the way this works is that usually Dark follows this up with an all-in, with a Roach or Ling-based all-in. Again, this base is very exposed, but very valuable, of course, with all these gold mineral patches. It's a really awkward base to take, obviously, because it's not on the other side, the quote-unquote correct side, but again, we don't intend for this game to go on much longer, as the Maynard is upon us, and Hero is still in the dark. Now, Hero has faced off against this before. Classic is really good at shutting this down. Classic, he actually, when it comes to his probe scouting pattern, he checks his goal base really early on, and he cannon rushes to punish it. But again, Hero still unawares. Still unawares as to what's going on. Imagine Light not casting 2 events at the same time. I know, right? Smooch. We have done that before, where I think I was casting ESL Open Cup Asia, and we had Asher and Kuro go live casting WTL. I think when they would clash. We've done that before. Live on Kuro's channel instead. We do what we can. We do what we can. As Link Scout is going to be coming in for Dark, does get eyes on the natural. Oh. And we want a probe kill, and it looks like, oh, we will not get it. Clutch micro there out of Hero, does preserve his probes. Meanwhile, Hero, he still hasn't scouted, by the way. He didn't check the triangular third. He checked the linear one, and he may still believe that a regular base has been taken. Hero. I mean, I wouldn't be judging Hero as much if he hadn't already played against this before. Like, this is a very common build out of Dark on this map, and again, Hero just did not check. Behind this, going for an Oracle opener. Still on a gateway, working on his second gateway. No big signs of any kind of big reaction. No punishing of this gold either. Queens are getting up and running. Gold base is getting saturated. Lings will delay the third. And there's a very fast Roach Warren. So this is going to be leading into a Roach all-in. The Oracle dives on forward here. We do get eyes on the mineral line. That's a lot of damage dealt. And this is the scary thing about this build specifically from Dark. Because this gold base was taken, the creep. The creep is launching across the map very quickly here to assist the eventual Queen Walk and the Roach Push. Second gas is being taken. Hero working on his third. His follow-up is going to be a Forge and a Twilight Council for +1 and I imagine Blink. But again, this is going to be a tight hold from Hero. He still has time to prepare there. He does have time. Again, really good positioning with these Adepts. Oracles making their way towards the main bases. Queens are already walking out, which means the main base is exposed. These Oracles, they can wreak havoc, but that's because Dark is going all in. We get eyes on the lack of saturation at the natural. The Queens have been spotted. Now we know for certain. As the Depths, they will threaten the Shade. Do not commit. Shield batteries are in production here. One shield battery at the natural. And I don't think Dark is going to be focusing on the third. I think the natural is where our attention needs to be. Dark has the Overlord. He does see, he does know. Links are flooding. Roaches as well. Does send a couple of links to that third. Does deviate over. Overlord taking a lot of hits. Yeah, we're getting on top of the shield battery. This third base should go down. So we do not commit to the Shade. But again, Dark should be then focusing on that natural. Oracle's doing what they can. Dark does pull back to the safety of those Queens. And he's just getting secure damage here at the third base. We'll be shutting down this Nexus. Additional Queens are on the way. We still only have one shield battery. I'm a little bit surprised and a little bit concerned here at the lack of stack defense. We will have an overcharge. That is true. The Ravagers, they're just chipping away at the wall. Cybercore taking a lot of hits. Without the Cybercore, we can't whoop in any more Stalkers or Adepts. Yeah, Blink is still on the way. +1. There's a backup Cybercore in production. Oracles, they get across the map. Stasis Trap. Good reaction out of Dark. Does only get one of those probe stasis. And here we go. The wall has been broken. The Lings are flooding on in. They get a surround. Biles will connect. Shield battery goes down. The overcharge runs out. And the boys are being pulled into Lings. The Biles. Oh, they connect with the Stalkers as well. Big connections for Dark. And he has broken the natural. There's just not enough here. Second shield battery finishes up just 1 second too late. Too little too late here. As we have broken the natural base. And Hero just doesn't have anything left. Even if he cleans this up, the damage has already been done. He warps in a wave of Stalkers. The Oracles are trying to pick off a couple of drones. They got 4. So that's going to be a kill on a Nexus. And from here, Dark can drone. If he wants to, he can just drone up, waddle back home. Doesn't have to break the main base. That is a lot of Stalkers. Yeah, Dark is just trying to lure the army out into the open. Actually, he's committing. We're just forcing our way up the ramp anyway. Blink is on cooldown. Just now coming up. Oh, that's Nartosis Pylon, by the way. The gateways! No! Every single gateway goes down. The Nartosis Pylon we cannot warp in. What you see is what you get. That's all the army that we have left. The Vials, they connect with the probes. We have a Stargate, I guess, but only a handful of Stalkers. And Dark is looking to take a lead in this series. Is looking to pop up here on Akione with the all-in. GG gets called and Dark takes game number 1. GG. GG, well played again. Hero just not really taking it seriously enough. I mean, there's a lot that happened there where it was a really late scout, so Hero didn't really know what was happening until, you know, it was well underway. Likewise, only a single shield battery at the natural. Only a single overcharge available as well, and yeah, Hero was just woefully underprepared for that. Maybe assuming that Dark was going to transition out of it, maybe assuming that Dark was content with just killing the third, and then Dark would drone. It's possible that maybe Hero thought that, but yeah, alas, Dark did snowball out of control. GG, well played. With that, Dark does take a lead, but now we're getting into game number 2. The one of those. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the red Protoss representing CranKy Gaming. It is Hero. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Zerg player representing CranKy Gaming. It is Dark. I love the Tempest Rush that's built, but I only saw it once. If you tune into the VODs, Classic is very fond of the Tempest Rush. He did it in GSL, which we did cast as well. Classic did it in GSL. He's done it on Alkyone. He's done it on Side Delta. It's a little bit out of the meta. I want to say maybe 2 months ago. 2 months ago, Classic was doing it very frequently, like almost every ZVP for like a month. I want to say like the month of September-ish, like around then. October. I think October into November. Classic was all over the Tempest Rush, and I want to say that Nightmare messed around with it a little bit, and Hero messed around with it a little bit as well. Australia, we saw Australia do it. Yeah. it was quite trendy. A lot of the Korean Protosses and Australia as well. They all embraced it for like a month, and then they all kind of shied away from it since then. It's been a while. Was trendy for a time, but I think it just got a little bit figured out and players caught wind of it. And now we are just getting into game number 2. Now, I'm not saying that we're not going to see that again. It is still a really good build to mix into a best of series, especially a best of 5. But yeah, just not as popular as it once was. Not as popular. As for now, we do have a standard hatch gas pool opener. I should also mention we are on Oceanborn. Short rushes by ground. We already saw Dark punish Nightmare on this map by going for a Queen Walker across the map with a Roach all-in. Very similar to the last game. It is very popular, very trendy to do that here on Oceanborn as well. Oceanborn alongside Hard Lead is one of the more popular maps to go for these big Roach all-ins where you cut workers early on, you know, sub 50, sub 60 workers, just send it across the map. So Hero has to be wary of that. Likewise though, as I talk about how that's kind of popular and kind of the thing to do on Oceanborn, because of what just happened in game 1, I don't think it would be the best idea for Dark to go for another all-in. Even if Oceanborn lends to that, even though the rushes by ground, you know, helps you out in that respect as well, probably won't be the wisest of choices, just because Hero is a lot more in the zone for that. You know, he's a lot more mentally prepared to defend against an all-in of such a fashion. So we'll see. We'll see what Dark does commit to, or doesn't commit to. But now, going to be a Stargate opener. Oracle first out of Hero. It just seems so OP against Zerg, but so cool build. It was really powerful initially just because players were really having a hard time adapting to it. Dark had some really amazing games against Classic where he would like intentionally lure out the Tempest and get surrounds with Queens and have really good positioning. Yeah, there was some really good games, like going both ways of the Protoss and the Zerg. As Hero is moving out, shutting down the first Overlord. At the same time, Lings, they do try to slip in and they will not quite get into the main base. Meanwhile, that's a fast Roach Warren here. It looks like it's happening. A 4-minute Roach Warren. Usually this is a standard timing against a Twilight Council, but Dark is aware of the Stargate. He's aware of the Oracle, which means Dark is going for another all-in. Queen Roach push across the map should be on the table here for Dark. 2 games in a row. I mean, in the lead up to this game, we spoke about how Oceanborn is just a really good map for it. Oracle's going to be moving out, trying to get a read on what's happening. Oh, we do spend some of that energy on Lings more than anything. We do see the lack of saturation at the third. Queens will zone back these Oracles, and again, Dark is not droning. This was an early Roach Warren. We should be waddling across the map. Dark is going to be sending it. It's going to be on Hero to defend. Hero's getting a third base. So far, he still hasn't caught wind of this. Let's get eyes on some of these things. We do commit to the shade. But Dark doesn't care. We're sending. We're getting across the map. Drones are going to be going down, though. Oh, and Dark cannot afford to lose workers. He already has a low economy to begin with. And this is just crippling what little is left here. 6 drones go down. Dark down to 32. And even though Dark was all in anyway, you still need an economy to sustain yourself. This does slow down the all in. Here we go. Shield batteries are on the way. 3 of them. 4 shield batteries. There we go. Hero aware that the 1 shield battery from last game wasn't enough. Now we have 4 on the way. This is what we needed. Backup pylons as well, just to make sure that nothing gets depowered. 3rd pylon here at the natural. Hero taking this much more seriously. Lings, they're coming in for a surround. We do catch some of those nests, but the rest do shade away. And we are up to, oh my god, how many Oracles do we have? 5 Oracles. We dive on top of the Queens. Queens are going to be focused down, but the wall! The wall is not a wall. The Lings, they do get into the main base. Oracle's going to have to chase that down. Again, we have a second Stargate on the way. Amassing Oracles. I was focusing on what Dark was doing. I should have been focusing on this. With Mass Oracle, we can focus down all these Queens and eventually focus down the Ravagers. Do we have enough energy? That's the question. The Bile does zone that back. We do get into the mineral line. Probes, they are going down. So many workers even. And the problem with Oracles is that they are energy-based units. They are running out of energy. They cannot engage. The 3rd base is being broken. 21 probes going down. Now, remember though, Dark did lose a lot of drones earlier. He does not have the best he doesn't have the best economy that he otherwise would have had in game 1. That he did have in game 1. Ravagers will focus on that pylon. Lings, they're going to be flooding in. The wall is not a wall. No warp in. Okay, we do back off though. We don't commit. How many Oracles do we have? 7! 7 Oracles. Lings, they get into the main. They do confirm both Stargates as well. And back at home, Dark needs spores. We need more than 1 spore in each base. There we go. We have 2 spores at the 3rd, 2 spores at the natural. Or 2 in the natural, 2 in the 3rd, and 2 in the main. 6 in total. Is that enough? Queens are waddling back home, but they're getting caught out. Meanwhile, as the Oracles move out, the Lings are moving in. Shield battery is done, though. We have 2 shield batteries. We have an overcharge. Wiles will focus 1 down. Yeah, the Oracles, they all turn back around. They're racing back home. Overcharge bought a little bit of time, but every single worker is falling here. The Mass Oracle not quite paying off. Hero blindly going Mass Oracle. He's done it before. But against this all-in, it was not enough. As we are down to 24 probes. And again, with all this stack defense, the Dark should be fine back at home. I wouldn't be opposed to throwing down like maybe a 3rd spore in every single base. But regardless, everything has fallen. 1 base economy here for Hero. But hey, he's got a bunch of balls. He's got a bunch of Oracles, I guess. We can ignore 2 spores, by the way. Transfuses are available, but this can get a little bit scary. We'll see. We have 3 Queens in position. Yeah, we don't want to push into that. The main base looking a little bit more vulnerable. Spire is on the way for, I imagine, Mutas. There's no Blink Stalkers, no Archons, only Oracles. How many Oracles? 11! 11 Oracles here from Hero. Diving into that natural, but again, he is forced back once again. Hero sharking around. I love that he pulled back the weakened Oracles. That was actually really clean. That was really cool. Does pull back to defend with the weakened oracles. Is going to be committing with the others, but alas, there's just we just have a brick wall here. Like there's no way in, no way into the natural, into the main, into the third. There's nothing that hero can do. And Corruptors are on the way. I assumed it was going to be Mutas, but either or, they both work. Corruptors are a little bit slower, so Oracles can avoid them. They can try to, at least. As Dark is in the midst of trying to take a fourth base, Hero can deny the fourth. As he's transitioning into Glaive Adepts, actually. Okay. Glaive's going to be on the way on 2 bases. I mean, Hero's pretty all in. There we go. Proxy Pylon's being set up. Proxy Pylon gets scouted. And Dark knows. Now he's amassing roaches. He's getting ready for the all-in. Wings are coming forward. Corruptors as well. Dark is a little bit supply blocked, unfortunately. And we do not commit to the shade, thankfully. Other roaches get caught out. Big catch here from Hero. Getting a good chunk of roaches. 6 roaches going down. Corruptors, they're looking for the... never mind. It looks like we're just going to caustic spray down some buildings. So here we go. We commit to the shade. We dive on top of the queens. So far, got transfuse. Keeping these queens alive for as long as we can. The Corruptors are across the map going straight for the bases. The main and the natural. A risky move there from Dark as he loses every single one of his queens. We shade into the main base. Damage is being done, but we're running out of oracles. We're running out of oracles. We have plenty of roaches on the ground. And the Corruptors are wreaking havoc. And they should... they're actually not going to be able to kill the base. Hero. He does protect his natural, but he will lose the main. Getting a couple of workers where he can. The spores are repositioning. 11 drones go down. This is not bad damage. Unfortunately, Hero just doesn't really have anything else behind this. He gets 12 worker kills. We have 2 oracles left. We have vanilla stalkers across the map and no blink. Yeah, blink just now starts. It was a good effort from Hero, going for the all-in. Did get damaged, don't get me wrong, but he's still stuck on 2 bases. I mean, I say that. Still stuck on 1 base is the problem. Dark is going for the counterattack, going for the kill move. Again, barely anything to defend. Vanilla stalkers. Not like this. As Cybercore is going to be going down. We filed down the pylons as well. The Corruptors, they come back for the Nexus. They want it. They want that Nexus and they're going to get it as well. GG gets called. Dark takes game number 2, taking a 2-0 lead. GG. Ooh. Let's go. Merry White's CranKy Christmas for everyone. Oh, hello, Iron. Hello. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Oh, my God. But, yeah, that was wild for Dark to go for 2 games in a row. Hero was blindly going Mass Oracle. I apologize for missing it. I was hyper-fixated on what Dark was doing that had drawn my attention, but Hero was going Mass Oracle. Unfortunately, happened to be going up against an all-in, and... this is a build that Hero has done many times, has beaten Dark with. Basically, you go Mass Oracle into charge lots, and you hit a charge timing, and you can snowball out of control and get a lot of damage done. We've seen Hero take down players like Dark and Solar with this before, but again, just so happened to be going up against an all-in and wasn't able to defend. As we saw, the big weakness of Oracles in that position is that they're NG-based units. They run out of energy, which means they can't really do anything else. They become dead supply after a time, and Dark was eventually able to break through. GG, well played. And with that, Dark does take a 2-0 lead, and Hero is up against the wall. Again, historically, Hero does beat Dark. I think Hero has like a 70% win rate against Dark in series. It's impressive. But here, in ESL Open Cup Americas, this week, Dark is fighting back. The question becomes... Do we get another Roach Queen all-in? 3 games in a row. 3 games in a row out of Dark. If game 3 was on hard lead, I would assume so. But game 3 is on Solaris instead. So I imagine Dark is going to be taking a different approach. And I imagine Hero is going to have a much easier time getting into the mid game. I imagine. We'll see. As spawning in the top right hand corner of Solaris, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss representing Dragon Kai Z Gaming. It is Hero. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Zerg player leading the series 2-0, 1 game away from becoming this week's ESL Open Cup Americas champion. It is Dark. Here we go. Again, when it came to the Queen walks that Dark was going for, the maps themselves, I mean, Alkiona typically doesn't lend towards that, but because of the goal base that was on the table and Dark was able to accomplish those 2 all-ins back-to-back, here on Solaris, the rush distance by ground is a lot longer. Sure, there are speed zones, true, but it's still not ideal. The creep doesn't help too much here, and as a result, Hero should have a much more comfortable time. As a result, Dark should be having a much more standard game. Getting up into a third and actually saturating it. Now, there are other things that Dark has kind of up his sleeve. You know, we have seen him go for Nidus space all-ins. He can go into a hidden Spire tech, for example, for Mass Muta. On larger maps, similar to Solaris, he's been very fond of going Ling Bane into Hive Tech into Ultras. We see that a lot on maps like Side Delta or longer games on Alkiona, for example. Solaris, I think, is a part of that as well, so we'll see. We'll keep an eye on him. We'll keep an eye on what Dark does want to bring out. Likewise, we should also keep an eye on Hero. Hero, he is willing to think outside the box and be aggressive himself. Has had a rough time so far, though, just hasn't really been able to get into a 3-base economy. Time and time again, his 3rd base has been shut down against all these all-ins. But I'm pretty sure here in Game 3, he can spread his wings and fly. Ooh, as the probe goes down! That was not supposed to happen. That is brutal. This probe is supposed to live a little bit longer, of course, delay the 3rd base, force out Lings. For it to go down so early does mean that Dark can cut corners and be greedy. And you can see here, Dark isn't making any Lings. You don't need to. Not if there's no probe. So he's just droning up as hard as he can, eventually working on a 3rd base. Meanwhile, Hero going for a robo-opener. This is wild. Robo-openers, they can go a couple of different ways. This could be a disruptor drop, a disruptor opener. That would make the most sense. This could lead into a Colossus drop if you want to get more fancy. This could also lead into an all-in, where you start Immortal production and go for a bit of a Soul Train with Immortal Sentry. We have a couple of options available here for Hero. But again, very peculiar, and I'm here for it. Not very standard. There it is. There's the bait. So it's not going to be like a Soul Train Immortal-based all-in. This looks like a Disruptor drop. Again, if you want it to be spicy, could be a Colossus drop. That is, you know, akin to Estrella. Estrella whips out Colossus drops from time to time. Nina as well. A lot of the NA Protoss players. So we'll see how Hero is feeling. As we're getting that War Prism first, should be into War Prism speed, into those disruptors. Meanwhile, the Observer first actually is able to shut down the Overlord, and that is a bit of a tell. Dark should recognize, hold up, was that an Observer? Wait, what? How did you kill my Overlord? How did you get vision? So Dark is on notice. There it is, immediately Roach Warren. Roach Warren gets thrown down. That is a very early Roach Warren, by the way, sub 4 minutes. If this was any other game, I would say that Dark is going for an all-in, but specifically because he's aware of the robo-opener, he needs these roaches to defend against potentially an immortal all-in. Yeah, we're droning. We're droning behind this. We have access to roaches. The Lings are being active, confirming the delayed 3rd base. And there's that warps and speed and disruptors. Here we go. Now, Disruptor openers are really risky. The reason for this is because we lack map control. basically we're heavily reliant on these Novas killing workers. We need to get damage done with this. If not, then Dark is going to give Hero a really hard time when it comes to expanding. Again, we don't have any oracles to work with. We have delayed Blink, for example, or Glaives, if we wanted to go in that direction. Oh, I do appreciate this though. Okay, it's going to be double Disruptor into Colossus production. The Colossi are going to be very necessary here to defend against the ground army of Dark and to eventually expand. The Colossi basically is going to allow Hero to take a third. Novas go off, they take down the Queen. Not bad. Queen does fall. Prism's going to be chilling, waiting to reset. Waiting for more Novas. Spores are repositioning to defend against the War Prism. Dark is droning. Nova's going to be going up again, this time into the mineral line. No, the Queen! Oh! Only one shot goes off. The Queen does survive. Hero is being forced back. Meanwhile, as I mentioned, now that we have the Colossus, now we can expand. Again, without it, it's so difficult to deal with all these Lings. So the Colossi does allow for that. Interesting. We're going for a single Colossus into a third Disruptor. I was not expecting that. Third Disruptor is on the way. Here we're going to be rotating around towards the center. Looking for potentially some roaches. Looking for anything, but so far Dark does not allow him to get any shots off. There we go. Novas go off. Get one more Queen. So far, good trades. Nothing amazing, nothing spectacular. Like, there's been no, like, big connections in the mineral line or big connections on the roaches, but, you know, 2 Queens so far. Not bad. And we're also keeping Dark busy. Behind this, Dark, he's droning up to 3-base saturation, but he is not droning up any further. Dark, he's cutting workers early. He's going for a push. Novas go off, they don't get the Queen, but we're going for a push. The rocks have been knocked down. Dark, he's amassing Ling Roach. He's going to be hitting a timing with +1 range. Dark is going all in. And his goal here to break the third and hopefully do more than that. Prism is out on the map. We do have some defensive disruptors. Nova goes off. Takes down 2 of those roaches. We have another Nova available. We do take down 3 additional roaches. Overcharge is popped. Overcharge is going to be shut down. But additional Nova's going to be going off as well. The Disruptors have arrived. They've returned back home. And can Hero hold? As the Roaches, they waddle into the mineral line. Boys are being pulled. The Colossus does stand strong. Well, that's a lot of Roaches. And probes are falling. These Purification Novas, they've been decent, but the Disruptor. Oh my god, a much better connection towards the end. We may have lost some Disruptors, may have lost 15 probes, but Hero does survive. And he's going for a big counterattack. And what is scary here is that Dark is not set up for a longer game. Yeah, Dark is desperately droning up behind this. Dark doesn't have a 4th. We're going for a big warp in. Oh my god! Hero is so aggressive with this warp in the face of Dark. No fear, doesn't care. He knows he has momentum and he wants to make use of it. We do have Queens to defend. We are targeting down that Colossus. Novas go off. Decent connections. The Roaches, they come in from behind. They dive on top of the Colossus. Ooh, we do not save it. Colossus does go down. Looks like Dark will hold. He forces back the army. Takes down the Disruptor. Hero picking up another Roach here towards the end. And what's important, Hero did hold on to his 3rd base. He lost 15 probes. A lot of workers did go down, don't get me wrong. The Overlords! Oh my god! A missed rally from Dark. 2, 3, 4. 7 in total. That's a lot of Overlords going down. May not look like the biggest of deals, but when we're talking about like a sub 3 base economy, like Dark only has 61 workers. He doesn't have the best economy right now. Can't afford those losses. Spire is on the way. I'm loving the Spire. If only we didn't already have Blink. Hero is going for a Blink Stalker heavy composition. He will have an answer to the mutas. Disruptors keeping the army at home. Sharking around. Looking for the ideal connection. Hero trying to expand, taking a 4th base is going to be denied. But here comes the main army of Hero. Yeah, this forward base is going to be denied. Dark, they're going to try to hold on to it. A couple of queens going to be going down. Yeah, Hero, he can dive on top of these queens and zone away the roaches. There it goes up. Roaches are zoned. That's going to be, what, 2, 3, 4 queens going down. A good trade here from Hero. Now he can rotate back over towards the hatchery. Piles a take down the observer. And again, we have 3 disruptors with us. We have 2 more Novas left. 2 more Novas left. They both get sent out. Good connections. They take down the roaches. Biles, they miss. We dive on top of the army. Hero, he has momentum on his side. GG gets called, and Hero fights back, putting a point on the board. Ooh, GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. It will not be a 3-0. It will not end in 3 games. And Game 3, Dark was not able to pull off that all-in. It was really risky. I'm not too sure how I felt about it. To wind it back a little bit, Dark, he cut workers at, I think it was 53 drones, which is basically 3 base saturation without the gas geysers at the 3rd. No 4th base behind it. Dark was very committed. He was very committed with his push at the 3rd base. And he killed workers, yes, but if you remember, he didn't kill the Colossus. He killed some disruptors and, again, killed some workers, but wasn't enough. Wasn't enough to break Hero. And immediately Hero counterattacked. Was a very effective counterattack as well, just making sure he gained as much value as he could from that moment, and yeah, Hero was able to gain a lot of momentum from that as well. Yeah, Dark had a hard time recovering from the failed all-in. And with that, we're getting into game number 4. Let's go. And game 4 is going to be on hard lead. Uh-oh. Not like this. Hard lead, I have to bring it up again. Very similar to Oceanborn, is a very short rush distance by ground, and we have seen a lot of Roach Queen all-ins on this map, and it seems to be kind of the build of choice of Dark tonight, so it's very tempting. Very tempting to try to whip that out here on hard lead. We'll see if he takes the bait. Here we go, spawning in the top left-hand corner of hard lead. We have our South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, fighting back, putting a point on the board, but can he bring it back all the way and force the ace match? Representing CranKy Gaming, DKZ, it is Hero. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg. His teammate representing CranKy Gaming as well, still 1 game away from becoming this week's ESL Open Cup Americas champion. It is Dark. One more. Automas is all he needs. Let's go. Also, a big shout out to Leave Us 99. Thank you, Papi. Leia? Leave Us? I'm assuming Leave Us. Thank you. Thank you so much for subscribing with Twitch Prime. We appreciate the support. Hope you enjoy your emotes. Hope you enjoy, oh my god. Hope you enjoy your replay packs as well. Thank you so much as we wrap up the end of the year. We are 53 minutes away from January 1st. We're almost there as Dark is going for a hatch block. Now, this isn't just a hatch block. This is a gas first. A very aggressive build here from Dark, forcing down these probes, forcing quite a lot of denied mining here from Hero. Dark looking to be very aggressive behind this. Now, with this gas first, this leads into fast link speed. This could even lead into a Roach Warren. I'm very curious how Dark does invest, but he should not allow this hatchery to finish. This hatchery should be cancelled. There it is. Link speed is on the way, and we pull out of gas. So we are going to be amassing links behind this and expanding. Meanwhile, Hero was forced to chrono out his first Zealot, so again, a bit of a wasted resources there. Forcing out a Zealot, that's going to be the goal here for Dark. Drone does escape, and if possible, Dark is looking for a gas steam. So again, this is just a way to disrupt the economy early on. Hero takes the gas, won't allow Dark to steal it. Let's go. And Dark is just going to be a bit of a nuisance here, scouting and patrolling around the main base. So Hero is going to be easing into his opener. Again, very delayed expansion, very delayed economy from Hero. Dark is double expanding behind this. Now, because of the gas first, because of the fast link speed, Dark will have map control. He should have map control, and he should be able to get away with these hatcheries. As Lings are moving out. Ooh, meanwhile, Hero, I'm loving this, going for a Twilight Council opener. I'm imagining Glaive Adepts. Glaive Adepts will be a really good way to punish this, especially if Dark decides to skip his Roach Warren. Meanwhile, Link speed has kicked in, and we want the Stalker. Oh, run past, go into the main. And we will get a full scout of the main base. We get eyes on the Twilight Council. We see everything. We know everything. Lings are being forced back. Additional Lings have arrived, but we do fully wall off. The Zealot is in position. And we might be able to barely break through. The Zealot will go down, but we clean up so many Lings. And was that worth it here for Dark? This Hero does trade well. Behind this, Dark getting his hatcheries up and running. Going to be droning. Ooh, and it is not Glaive Adepts. We are going for a Dark Shrine. Okay, and if Dark doesn't respect this, Dark could be in a lot of trouble. Like, right now, basically, because of the opener, Dark is cutting as many corners as he can. Like, he wants to drone. He has Lings on the way, yes, but if he can get away with it, he won't want to throw down a Spore Crawler or a Roach Warren. Adepts going to be threatening a Shade. Like, this is already greedy. We're already past the 4-minute mark, and Dark hasn't started a Roach Warren, despite seeing the Twilight Council. Things are moving out. Dark Shrine is halfway done. No detection yet. It's very rare. It's very rare to see a game end with DTs in PvZ. Just because even with a Twilight Council opener, it is very common for the Zerg player to throw down spores. Just because Dark Templar are so common. But because of the opener, because of this game state, I'm a little bit concerned. I'm concerned for Dark. Here comes the Prism. There it is. Okay. Spore Crawler's on the way. There's one Spore at the third. One Spore in the main, I think. Yeah, 2 Spores on the way. Anyway, 1 Spore in the third, 1 Spore at the natural. We will have detection. Really worried there for a moment. Way good. DTs are waddling in. Dark sees. He knows. He's aware. Throws down a 3rd Spore Crawler in the main base. And these Dark Templars shouldn't get too much damage done. Again, Hero shaving off a couple of Lings. Gets a tumor. Not too bad. Overlord did confirm what was going on. And Archons are now on the way. Dark gonna try and get on top of that Archon. Can he get it? Oh, it's gonna be close. He does. Very nice pick off there from Dark. Gets the Archon just in time. Adepts do shade in. They get 2 drones. But they will be shut down. And from here, the game is gonna settle. Hero's taking a 3rd. Dark is taking a lair and droning. Dark does catch a couple of those Adepts. Both Adepts go down. And Hero's harass is that much more limited here with only a single Archon. So we have to take a moment here. I need to take a moment to just try to take it all in. Hero is taking his 3rd. He doesn't have the best tech, unfortunately. His blink is delayed because of the Dark Templar, but it's on the way. Hero does have a worker lead. So Dark, even though he didn't lose too many drones, he hasn't made too many workers. And that's hurting him. Even here, so much lost mining time. Dark's economy is not looking too good. The one Archon doing so much, actually. A surprising amount of damage. Pick up a drone. Archon gets out. Towards that dead space. Does force a recall. And from here, Hero, he picks up the 2nd Archon. He can go for some more effective harass. Behind this, building up his Immortal count, Blink Stalkers, Gateway Explosion, soon to be on the way. Dark still droning, still his economy less than ideal. And the Archons are here to try to hinder that economy even further. As Dark throws down the Spire. Muta's going to be on the way. Mutas can be very effective against this kind of opener. To shut down the prison, to get into the economy. But the reason why Mutas can do really well is because typically the Protoss player would be going Archon into charge lots, right? Charge or Archon Immortal. That's kind of the natural transition here for this opener. But Hero is going Blink Stalkers. So he's going to actually be pretty prepared for Mutas. Oh, so that prison takes quite a bit of damage. May is on the way, forward for +1. Hero just building up his Blink Stalker army. Dark about to finish up his own Spire. But it looks like he isn't going to commit into mass Muta. If he does make Mutas, it may just be enough to shut down the Prism and enough to harass. As Dark has been hyperfixated here on Roachling. There we go. 3 Mutas on the way. Oh, we do get a Queen. Good pickup. 6 Mutas in total. 6 Mutas are enough to one-shot probes. So 6 is kind of the ideal you want to harass. Meanwhile, meanwhile, Hero, massing his army, getting a 4th, has been left alone for quite some time. This is also the power of the Archon drop, is that Dark has been stuck at home. He's been stuck trying to keep up with these Archons for the past couple of minutes. Hasn't been able to move out. But Dark, he is cutting workers really early on. 61 drones. Does get an Archon. Bit of miscontrol there out of Hero. 4th hatchery is done, but Dark is not droning. Yeah, we're sending it. Oh, there we go. 3 drones on the way. Dark, he's reluctantly like making drones whenever, like every now and then. He's like, fine, I'll make some workers. Muta's gonna be coming in. Not too bad. They get 5 workers here at the natural, forcing a recall, but we have Blink Stalkers everywhere. And this is what I was worried about. Blink Stalkers almost getting a full 360 surround the Mutas. They get shut down. Oh my god. 7 worker kills for how many Mutas? 4. 400 gas down the drain. The 7 probes, not worth it here for Dark. Was a big investment, and now here we go. Hero is pushing. He has momentum on his side. Have some Roach Ravager left over. No Bailings. Just Roach Ravager Ling. And with 2 Colossi, Hero, he can push through. And Hero with a much more efficient army. Dark technically has a higher army supply, but it's inefficient army. The soup does lie. When Roaches are involved, Corruptors are coming out to help defend. Nova goes up. Takes out 1 Ravager. Means they collapse on the army. Corruptors going straight for the Prism, going straight for the Colossi. But the Lings, they get annihilated. We may be able to shut down all these Colossi, but what about the Blink Stalkers? What about the Stalkers? And GG gets called. The Hero snowballing out of control, and we tie up the series 2-2. We're going to the ace match. We are going all the way. Ooh. Let's go. GG. Again, a really wonky game there in general, right? We had the hatch block into... it was a gas first as well. Gas first into Ling speed, into just delayed droning. Dark never really had a solid economy. He never droned up over 63 or 64. Yeah, just a really crippled economy out of Dark. Was never really able to get it going. The Muta switch, the Muta investment never paid off. Killed a handful of probes, just was not worth it after so many Mutas went down. And yeah, that Blink Stalker timing, the Colossus timing from Hero, quite strong, quite powerful there. GG, well played. We get a game 5. All the way, all the way. And here we go. Shout out to Night Phoenix. Aha. ¿Qué tal, papi? ¿Qué tal? Quack. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session, I'm assuming. Thank you. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to ESL Open Cup Americas. To the grand finals. The final game. You made it here just in time for the ace match. It all ends here. Let's go. It all ends on Hecate. We've had a very chaotic, very dynamic back and forth here between these two players. No standard games, and I don't expect a standard game here. So I'm ready for it. I'm excited. Give it. As we are loading into game number 5 and spawning in the top right hand corner of Hecate, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss. He was down 2-0 and he's clawed his way back into the ace match. Can he go all the way? Can he pull off the reverse sweep? Representing Dragon KZ Gaming, DKZ, it is Hero. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Zerg player representing Dragon KZ Gaming. They are teammates. He's been one game away from becoming this week's champion for the past couple of games. Can he make it? It is Dark. He has been so close, yet so far. Aye. Can we bring it back? I played versus Probots. Final score, Human 13, Bots 0. Oh my god. Knife Phoenix, calm down. Fun fact, we do actually have, I do have a couple of replays from viewers that we're going to be casting after this, after a break. And I have a viewer, one of our lovely Duckling viewers in the chat, did redeem a replay cast for one of their AI bots. They have their own AI that does ladder, or I say ladder, does compete in Probots, I'm pretty sure. And yeah, we can get into that later. I've never casted an AI before, so exciting. As here we go, Dark is once again going for the hatch block across the map. This time, not a gas first. So even though it looks similar, not quite the same as the previous game. This is much more economic out of Dark. Going hatch, into gas pool. So again, very similar idea though, as oh my god, we're going for a forge? We're going for a cannon rush. Oh my god. Hero, his response to the proxy hatch is a cannon rush here behind the mineral line. And this is going to work a little bit better because it was double hatch opener. It was a hatch before spawning pool, which means delayed link production, delayed queens. Okay, are we going to commit? We are. The pylon is done. Cannons are soon to be on the way. The forge just now finishes. And we're cannon rushing. And will this work? I mean, again, okay, to wind it back, this spawning pool was very late. It's a very late spawning pool out of Dark. Spine crawlers are on the way in the main. Zealot has arrived. Dark's natural is in a lot of trouble. Hero may not be able to break into the main, but the natural, it's going to take some damage. Lings, they do come out. They do get a surround. A very big pick off here from Dark. He gets a surround on one of those Zealots. That should not have happened. Getting into one of those Adepts as well. We do pull back. Oh, Adept does fall. A big pick-offs here from Dark. Getting a Zealot, getting an Adept, significantly weakening the amount of DPS that we have available here for Hero. Zealot taking a lot of hits. Queens have arrived. Spine crawlers on the high ground. Dark is going to hold. Dark, he will clean this up. Queens, they take some damage, but the spine crawlers on the high ground, they rain down upon these cannons. He wants the queen. The queen will live. We get another surround as well. Hero being a little bit wasteful here towards the end. The cannons will fall, and Dark establishes his natural. Oh boy. Okay. we gotta calm down, Pop. We gotta calm down. Now, what were the trades? Only 13 lings. 13 lings for a pylon, 2 cannons, 2 adepts, 2 zealots. A much better trade here from Dark. Things got chaotic and droning was delayed. That's the other thing I should point out, is that Dark wasn't able to drone freely at his natural, so that is something we have to calculate as well when it comes to the trades. As Dark is trying to resaturate as best he can. Likewise, Hero is expanding and probing up. Behind this, a robo follow-up, by the way. Oh my god. We have fast +1. We went for the gas steal. Gas steal in the main base. Does force the gas at the natural instead. Dark being a nuisance here with that drone. We spoke about it in game number 4, where Dark was trying to gas steal, but he was denied in that last game. Prism is moving out. And Hero needs to kill some drones. He needs to get into that mineral line, but alas, he has been scouted. Queens are getting in position. We have a spine crawler in the main. We have a spine crawler outside the natural. Really good use of these spines out of dark to make sure he's safe and sound. And behind this, I think this should lead into a 2-base all-in, right? It's like we're starting up Immortal production. We can hit a very strong timing with +1. And this looks like it could lead into a Soul Train. Essentially, Immortals plus Sentries. There's no Twilight Council, no Charge, no Blink. Yeah, this is going to be a really awkward follow-up out of Hero. We'll see if it works. See if it does work. As the Prism tries to slip into the natural, is going to be zoned away. And we're picking off a couple of units here and there. We can maybe get the Queen, but Clutch Transfuse keeps it alive. Dark will hold. And he is droning up quite freely behind this. And again, the lack of Twilight Council, the lack of third base. We're pretty all in. I say that, now we get a Twilight Council. Delayed, but Hero, he's thinking about his upgrades. Are we going to expand? He's crazy. We'll see if he does. He's building up that Immortal count. Adepts continue to threaten those shades. Dipping into the main. Dark back at home, just focusing on keeping up with the Prism. That Roach one on the way, the Lair as well. Dark, he's just droning, saturating his third. Dark looking pretty comfortable, to be honest. He's looking quite comfortable here, even taking additional gases as well. Being a little bit greedy, but getting into Roach Ravager. With +1 range on the way, it is going to be a big commitment into Roach Ravager as the army composition, and Hero is expanding. It is a very late third base out of Hero, but it's on the way. From here, Hero has to work against his nature. He has to be very defensive. He has to take a very defensive stance here to get into his third base and eventually into his fourth base economy. Not just that, but these Adepts, they need to also get damage done. So far, Hero has kept them alive at least. He has done a great job at preserving his Adepts, but yeah, he just hasn't got into a mineral line. He hasn't been able to kill any drones. Not yet. Observer does spot the tech, the Roach Warren. We are aware. Bay is on the way. I like the idea of Hero going straight into Disruptors. Disruptors are very high risk, high reward. Even if Hero is down in supply, a couple of good Novas can even things up. Ooh, okay, I love this. Infestation bit from Dark. Are we tempted? Do we go Swarm Host? Based on the delayed Twilight Council, Swarm Host could do well here. We are working on Blink, to be fair, but again, this has not been a standard game. This has been very shaky, very scrappy. There it is, Nidus Swarm Host. Let's go. 9 Swarm Hosts on the way. The Nidus Worm as well. This is just a really good way to try to take advantage of a player that has late Blink and has a really low Stalker count. Adepts, they threaten the shade. Can they scout? Oh, they do get eyes on the Nidus. Big scout here from Hero. The Nidus, that's a piece of the puzzle. Does he know what's going on? At the same time, he's focusing on his push. The Immortals have arrived. 4 Immortals. Stalkers. Blink has finished. And with 4 Immortals, we can shut down this base. Nidus across the map. Dark, does he use his Locust Wave defensively back at home, or does he push across the map instead? He gives up on the 4th, forcing a recall. The Swarm Host, they haven't been scouted. Nidus does finish. Shield batteries are on the way, and we can go straight for the tech in the natural. Oh, yeah, we're going for it. We can go for the Bay, we can go for the probes, the mineral line. The Bay is going to go down. At the same time, a Ling Roach counterattack here at the third base. Dark trying to pull Hero apart. Immortals are coming in. Shield battery gets popped, but we don't focus it down. We do back up. But it looks like we got 1 Immortal here at the natural. Good trades. Especially considering that we only got 1 Colossus. Despite the Robotic Spay, we didn't really get into any Disruptors or any additional Colossus production. Only 1. Nidus swarms are being shut down. Dark being very active. Another Nidus on the way. And we'll see if Hero can maintain his bases and take a fourth. That's going to be a big moment for Hero. If he can hold on to this fourth base without losing any of his fringe bases or losing any workers against the Swarm host. We'll see if he can pull it off. So here we go. We do blink forward. Ugh. Stalkers getting caught out for a moment there. Yeah, we dive on the army. We dive on top of the Colossus. Good juggling. We save the Colossus. But the Immortals are going down. Vials as well. They crash on top of the army. Shield battery does fall. No overcharge. Hero's going to be able to hold on. He does chase this back, actually. Oh my god. He does chase down the Roach Ravager. Blinks on forward. But that was still a costly trade for Hero. And Dark, he is remaxing already. Now, some of his supply is dead supply because it's in Swarm Host. So every time that they use a Locust Wave, they're not really adding anything else. But these Locust Waves have been brutal. And this fourth base is not going to get up and running. Again, the early game of Hero was just not ideal. He was behind from it. And yeah, he just cannot recover. Not from here. Can we get a kill? We can. That's a kill, not a cancel in the fourth base. 400 minerals down the drain. Behind this, we're getting into Hydra, Lurker, Viper. Hydra Den is done. Lurker Den is on the way. Hive is finishing up for Viper production. Dark, he's getting ready to transition out of this and into the ideal, into the late game. Dark is just one step ahead. Colossus is going to be going down. Fortunately, this time we weren't able to save it. The Bay is still in the way. And here come the Swarm host. We already killed the fourth, and now we're looking for the third. And I don't know how Hero can hold against this. And we could even just dive on the army. We can get whatever we want at this point. Yeah, we dive on the Nexus, and it is going to go down. DPS far too high. Hero, he's trying to hold on. He did so well for himself fighting back in the series. He was down 2-0. Bear that in mind. And he brought it back to the ace match. Is going to get on top of these roaches. A good trade here from Hero. But the economy is what he doesn't have. No third, no fourth. Just now finishing up. And behind this, Dark is now working on his Hydras and his Lurkers. Now, Dark doesn't have the highest worker count, but because he's been trading so efficiently with those Locust Waves, again, the Locust Waves are kind of free units here. With all that added extra value, he's been able to invest and tech up, get into Lurkers. Locust Wave coming in again, distracting the Stalkers. Meanwhile, at the same time, we dive on top of the robo-based army. We're going to be able to hold on. Hero does hold on to his third. Locust Wave is running out. Hero trying to chase this down, trying to trade as best he can. Good juggling, good dodges. He's chasing this back, but again, Dark, in the midst of all this, the Lunkers, they have arrived. We have our Lurkers already. We have Queens to transfuse. Dark is maxed. A couple of these Queens are going to be going down. Nice pickoffs here from Hero. Shaving off some Queens, shaving off some Roaches, but the Lunkers are in position. Oh, and we have no detection. Meanwhile, here comes another Locust Wave on a bit of an A move, unfortunately. We are going to dive on the army. And towards the new third base. We're getting into the mineral line. We may not get the Nexus, but we do get the probes. 9 workers go down. At this point, Dark, he's just gotten so much out of those swarms. At this point, he can lose them, and it's fine. He can afford to lose them. He's just maxing out on pure Lurker. Oh, the Lunkers. Do we have any Vipers? Not yet. Oh, there we go. 2 Vipers are in production. That's really the only thing missing for Dark. Once he gets them, then he can push out with his lurkers. Then he can be a little bit more proactive with his ground army. That's the only thing that he has been lacking. Meanwhile, Hero trying to take his 4th. Now, there's a world where if Hero can somehow stabilize on 4 bases, then he can come back. But Dark is not going to leave him alone. Stalker's being active on the right-hand side. Hero going to try and pull apart the attention of Dark. Dark not quite in position. And we can focus on the Queens. Queens going to be going down. The Spine Crawlers as well. Lurkers trickling in, but they do get focused out. And again, a really good trade here from Hero. 2 Lurkers. What was that? 5 Queens? 4 to 5 Queens. Overcharge does keep the Nexus alive. This time Hero was in position. This time he does clean up the Locust Wave. These are some really good moments. We still need so much more. Oh god. Speaking of good moments, we walk into the spine shots. Not like this. We walk into the spines. Another Locust Wave coming out. This time it has been spotted by Hero. Oh, we can dive on top of the Disruptors. The Prism's out of position. 3 Disruptors go down. Oh my god, that was not worth of a Hero. Here come the Yoinks. We get 1, we get both Colossus. The Vipers have arrived. We get the Immortals as well. Good juggling. We save 1 at least. But this is what Dark has been waiting for. Again, waiting for those very Vipers to pop out. Oh, and there's just nothing left to stop him. Big spine shots here on the main army. Hero cannot keep up. Not anymore. And sure, he finally got a 4th up, but it's too little too late. The Lockers, they're here. They're all here, man. They take down the Stalkers, pushing on the left-hand side. Locust Wave comes in to support as well. And Hero is going to be losing another base. GG gets called. It's just too much. And Dark will fight back, will clean it up, taking the series 3-2, becoming this week's ESL Open Cup Americas champion. GG. GG, well played. Oh my god. Hero almost had an amazing comeback this series. Remember, he started off this series at a 2-0 deficit after 2 all-ins from Dark. 2 base all-ins, essentially, from Dark in Game 1 and in Game 2. And Hero was able to bring it all back. But in the ace match, the Forge Cannon Rush response wasn't ideal, as we saw. It was exciting, don't get me wrong. We rarely get to see cannon rushes here at this level of play. It's not really a thing we see too often. So very bold of Hero. Unfortunately, based on the cannon positioning, the Spine Crawlers were able to shut it down. I should also mention, like, really smart of Dark to respond immediately with Spine Crawlers on the high ground. Once they finished up, he just shut down the cannon rush very easily. Not just that, but if you remember, in the lead up to the cannon rush, a Zealot got surrounded, an Adept got surrounded. Like, these are pretty important moments here, just because we have so little to work with. Every unit counts, every unit matters for Hero. And essentially, after he had been cleaned up there, Dark was in a pretty good position. He was able to stabilize a lot easier, was able to join up, and Hero was stuck on 2 bases. He was stuck on 2 bases for a very long time, stuck with a very low-tech army as well. If you remember, he was stuck with Immortals, had really delayed Twilight Council, really delayed upgrades. And yeah, Dark was able to take control of the game from there, from almost the beginning. And with that, congratulations to Dark, but a shout out to Hero, because hey, we got a game 5, we got a series out of this, and it was beautiful. It's everything we ever wanted, everything I ever wanted, all the way to game 5. Let's go. Let us go. Catching up in the chat. Oh. I retract my statement about the peak with the cannon rush. Ah. Hero makes a comeback, that would be huge. Yeah, yeah. I mean, again, it was a rough start to the game there for Hero. Rough start, Bobby. Rough start. Undeserved. Dark BM Lord. Yeah. I saw you say that earlier, Team Fury. Hero and Dark are friends, IRL. Like they're no, they're good friends. They spend a lot of time together outside of just the game. They're not just teammates. I think peak StarCraft was when we saw them playing together in the 2v2 tournament. It's really cool. There was a 2v2 event at the start of the year. I think I want to say March, April. And we got to see the two of them interact quite a lot together on cams and even having interviews together as well. Good stuff. I recommend it. Check out the VODs. Check out the VODs, Bobby. It was, I believe, the World Team League 2v2 event. Which I think both Dark and Hero won it, if I'm not mistaken. I think they won in the end. I think what was really cool about that 2v2 event is that all the big teams got involved. It was Dark and Hero on one team. There was Cyril and Oliveira on another team. That was beautiful. That was Cyril versus Oliveira. Sorry, Cyril and Oliveira. They actually worked really well together as a team. Really fun to see. I think it was Rainer and Spirits. I think they were a team together. They left much to be desired. They were not as cohesive. But regardless, GG, well played. Hope you all enjoyed the broadcast. Hope you all enjoyed Hero vs Dark and ESL Open Cup Americas. Again, this event is live on Tuesdays, every single Tuesday, and we are going to be covering it live in a couple of days as well. The 208th edition, I should say. The first edition of the year of 2024. Speaking of, we have a little bit more to go here. I've been putting it off, but a couple of people in the chat did redeem some replay costs. It's something that we offer. I don't know if you've noticed, but we do have a point redemption in the chats if you want us to cast some of your replays from the ladder or from other areas of StarCraft, like tournament games. And we did have a couple of replays redeemed. So we're going to be going on a short break. And then we're going to be back here with some viewer replays. Not too many, just a couple. And just to reiterate, this is not the highest level of gameplay. So if you want some pro gamers going at it, that's not going to happen. But I'm excited. One of our viewers redeemed their AI. They built an AI, and it's a AI versus AI match. And I've never casted like bots before, so I'm curious, very curious to see how that plays out. Apparently I have to set things up for it though. I have to mess with my in-game files a little bit to actually watch the replay, but we'll get there. So yeah, hope you'll enjoy yourselves. Hope you'll have a happy new year as well. We're almost there, 18 minutes away from New Year's. Oh my god, and I'm starving. I need some food. Oh god, our place is open. Can I order food here? Is anything open New Year's? I hope so. I'm gonna check and find out. So we're gonna be going on a short break. I'm gonna order something, and I'm checking. Literally the only thing open near me is Macca's, of course. God damn it. Everything else is closed. Smooch. Oh, maybe there's a burger place. Are they open? No, not for long. Never mind. So we're going to be going on a short break. When we return, we'll be live with a couple of replay casts of viewers, people in the chat. So we'll be back for that. If you want to stick around for that, of course, it's going to be a lot of fun. I'm sure. Going to be a little more of a chill broadcast. Otherwise, thank you so much for watching. Again, this is a weekly Open Cup, open to all regions, that is typically held on Tuesdays, and we will be covering it live in the coming days. Otherwise, have a great New Year's, have a happy New Year's, and wish you all the best leading into 2024. Wish you all the best, Papi. We'll see you guys soon. welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. I apologize for the delay. I do apologize. Just had to try to figure out how the hell to set things up. But we are here. We are back with something a little bit special, with some viewer replays. We have 3 replays to go over, so not too many, but we have been accumulating them over the past couple of weeks, and we are soon to dive into it. But also, again, fireworks are popping off. We're almost there. We're a couple of minutes away from New Year's, and what better way to be introduced to the new year than to go over some viewer replays? What am I going to watch? I'm afraid, Papi, I'm afraid. Here we go. So the first one is of course, by Soundo. Soundo is in the chat, has been lurking wherever he can. It's going to be a PvT between Soundo and Cryer. Let's go. Something that I was setting up as well, just to kind of give you a little bit of a tease to what is to come, is I was setting up to cast an AI. An AI replay from one of our viewers was submitted, one of their own AIs that they did built, and I can't wait to delve into that. I'll leave that till the end. Leave that till the end as we are diving into this. And spawning in the top right hand corner of Solaris, we have our red Terran player. It is Cryer. Don't cry, Papi, don't cry. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player. Representing Clan Butt Air, it is the Australian Protoss, Soundo. Let us go. For those that are curious, Soundo, he's a little bit notorious in our chat. He is the very first person, and the only person currently, to have ever achieved the first Quacker becoming first in our chat 69 times in a row. 69. Nice. Let's go. For those that are curious, basically at the start of all of our streams, there is a point redemption for whoever arrives first. Whoever redeems it first gets it. First Quacker, if you will. Soundo was the very first person to ever achieve, very first and only person to ever achieve 69. And fun fact, after he got 69, never again. Never redeemed it again. He is still at 69. He still came first 69 times, and only 69. And that's it. That's all he's ever done. Like, life goal achieved. It's over. it's over, Papi. It's beautiful. We have a couple of other people in the chat that are hot on his heels, though. Hot on his heels. People like Frost, Babyling, iStan. iStan's been coming first a lot recently. Oh my god, it's crazy. I think Frost... Oh, does Frost have 69? Let's go. Surely Slowbro has the most these days. Not quite. Slowbro's been pretty slow recently. Been pretty slow. He's fast when he wants to be. As Soundo is going to be opening a forge? Question. Wait, what? Okay. We have a forge opener out of Soundo, but I remember now. God damn, why are you still doing this, Soundo? So we are getting into this. It's going to be a gate forge opener here out of Soundo. With this, we gain access to earlier cannons. This is not typically what we see here, as the proxy pylon has been found. Is a very safe way to open up. A little bit overly safe, but you know, it's fine. We're just securing ourselves on 2 bases. It's still good. Meanwhile, behind this, ooh, Cryer going for a double gas opener, going for a Rax into factory. Are we gonna be rushing into tanks? It looks like an add-on swap, I guess. I have to reset my brain a little bit here for what happens on the ladder. So the ladder doesn't make a lot of sense. It's the ladder not always reflective of what happens at the pro level. Not always. As we should be going for an add-on swap here for tank production, question mark. We got the 1-1-1 opener, looking like a 1-base all-in, by the way, from our Terran player. Meanwhile, Reaper gets across the map, going to be threading those probes, does force him out of the mineral line into that main base. Adept is on the way. The Adept should be able to shut this down, but so far it looks like we're going to be able to get 3, oh my god, 3 probe kills already from this one Reaper. Not like this. Reaper does back off. And behind this, there's that island swap that we were waiting for. It is upon us. And we are commencing not just tanks, also Liberators, as well as a tech lab on that Rax. So again, by now we should have seen a natural base, so I'm assuming that Cryer isn't going to be expanding and is going to be committing here to a 1-base all-in. We'll see how much he can work with. We'll see what he does move out with as well, as he does set himself up to push out across the map. Also, before I forget, it just ticked over I can hear the fireworks popping off. Everyone, Happy New Year. Happy New Year, everyone. Happy. I see it in the chat as well. Feliz Año Nuevo. We're going for it. Oh, wait. We're going for a ninja base? Oh my god, Crier. But Feliz Año Nuevo. Happy New Year, everyone. It is now 2024 here in Australia. We're here. It's the new year. And we're still casting StarCraft. Because that's all we do, Parky. That's all we do. Let's go. Slow warping gonna get shut down. Aye. But I hope everyone has had a great year overall. Wish everyone the best coming into 2024. Gah, Papi, gah. I mentioned before, 2023 was a big year for us. We casted so much this year. We had 475 broadcasts in 365 days. We casted so much StarCraft. And I said it before, my goal for 2024, 500 casts. Can I cover 500 events in 365 days? I'll do my best. I'll do my best, man. Does this count as one of them? Not really, no. But I'll try to outdo myself next year. I'll try to outdo myself as tanks have arrived. We mentioned before, it was supposed to be a one base all in, but Crier is taking a ninja base here towards the north. Zealots, they do run into their deaths here. A bit of miscontrol out of Sounder. 3 Zealots go down for nothing. We take control of the low ground pylon, going to be depowering everything. And what does Sounder have left in the main base? We have an Immortal on the way, but this is the production. Boys are being pulled to evacuate that natural. And Sounder's in a lot of trouble. Is in a lot of trouble from here. What do we have to work with again? We're going to have +1 and 1 Immortal. We have 1 Zealot and 1 Adept. There's nothing stopping Crier from pushing in. He is slowly laying siege upon this base. The Adept does go down as well. There's no proxy pylon out of the map. There's nothing else. How do we come back from here? Immortal, out of range. Kind of. Takes down the tank. I was gonna say out of range of the Liberation Zone. Another freedom, but the Immortal goes down. We trade 1 for 1. Not a trade you want to be taking here as a Protoss player. We may have to pull the boys. Now the Zealot just rallying into its death. And I mean, we did end up losing one of those tanks. We're still rallying across the map. We still don't have the best production behind this. Bear that in mind. Crier, he has over 1,000 minerals and 600 gas in the bank right now. His production is slipping here. Uh-oh. His macro is slipping. Is there a world? We have a gateway explosion on the way. We have the Immortal coming out as well. Can we clean this up? Will we clean this up? We take down the tank. Oh, we're going to be losing the Immortal though. Again, a bit of a rough trade here for Sounder as Crier is pushing in. Again, hasn't been touching the economy, has been touching the worker count here of Sounder. Just working through the production, through the tech. Again, we are missing a lot of production cycles here. If we were to spend our money, 100% Crier wins. 100% Crier clowns all over Sounder, but as it stands, it could be close. If these gateways finish, we can warp in. We can warp in a wave of Stalkers. The Immortal does arrive. As long as we stay out of the Liberation Zone, we can deal with this. Marauder goes down. Reaper as well. Can we take down the last Marauder? We can. No! Sounder! And Sounder will clean this up. And there we go. Cry now focusing back at home. We have a wave of production on the way. Tanks, Marauders, Reapers, Liberators, a bit of everything. We're going to be muling this ninja base. Crier is still, I would say, in a better position. But as I say that, he didn't kill the natural base. And Sounder did keep his workers alive. And there we go. They're going to be main-lighting over towards the natural to the low ground. Sounder is getting his base up and running. Sounder's in this. He shouldn't be. Sounder should be dead right now. That's what I will say. Should be dead. But yeah, again, because of the lack of macro, because again, maybe Crier was overconfident, maybe he believed that he already had what he needed to end the game. Because of it slipping, I would still give the edge to Crier, don't get me wrong, he's getting a 3rd CC on location, but Sounder, he still has a chance. Behind this, we have the armory on the way, double E base as well, to get into our upgrades. got faith. Next Immortal's got this. Okay, next Immortal. Aye. Look, we got there eventually. Charge is on the way. We have +1. Let's go. Army is unsieged. Marauders, they can just chew their way through these Immortals though. Yeah, the Immortals, they're going to be shut down. Zealots will get on top of this though. They do focus on at least all the tanks. This is still not the ideal trade that Soundo wanted though. Oof. Yeah, the Liberator going ham, cleaning up all of these Zealots. The Stalker as well. This was not the fight that we wanted, Papi. Oh, we get the Liberator. We just barely get the Lib. Reinforcements trickling in. Tank does need to focus down the medevac. Oh, God. But yeah, Soundo is going to be losing quite a bit here as he does pull back. Behind this, our worker count's not looking ideal. Again, if I want to be a little bit critical about Cryer here, is his macro, his production. He's been missing SCV cycles, not just his main army, but also, again, he's burned through his bank. He had a massive bank earlier, and he has gone through it. And his lack of workers is hurting him. Meanwhile, charge is done. We get on top of the tank. Cryer overextending here with his reinforcements. Losing his Marauders. And here comes some more Zealots to make Soundo. He can clean this up 100%. No medevacs, no Widow Mines. We can fight. Let's go. We can fight. We shut down the army. And we can keep pushing. From here, we want to pull back. But for the most part, Soundo, he's been able to recover. Third base, slowly getting up and running. Cannons, shield batteries. Getting into a mineral line. SCVs are going down. SCVs that we can't really afford to lose. Soundo pushes up the ramp into the main base. Going to be camping the... No shot. Suddenly, we're camping the production. Cryer rallying across the map. Aye. That we can kill. As it looks like we want the mineral line. We're going straight into the mineral line instead. SCVs are falling. Soundo is pulling this off. He's bringing it back. Let's go. We take down the Marauder. Cryer has pulled everything back home. He should be able to clean this up. Meanwhile, behind this, we're building up the Immortal count, of course. Zealots +2 is on the way. Cryer still has that ninja base. It's been mining, don't get me wrong, but mainly on mules. Cryer, he's down to 20 SCVs. Again, barely any workers whatsoever here. And Soundo is snowballing out of control. Soundo has been macroing, has been making probes, spending his money. That's all we need. Most of his money, I should say. Some of these fights have been leaving a little bit to be desired, is what I will say. For Soundo. Yo, we got Stim. Drop Stim, combat shields, as well as +1 defense, +1 armor. But against these 3 Immortals, oh my god. It is something that we have to respect. We do have that Widow Mine on the high ground. Soundo pushing forward. Yeah, and this is a big overextension. Soundo, he should be losing all 3 of these Immortals. Do we get a recall? We save 1. But only 1. So again, another expensive trade here out of Soundo. Overextending, not the first time that we've seen, but behind this, what's important is that we have Warpins, we have additional Marauder production. We may never see, I'm pretty sure, I wouldn't be surprised if Soundo submitted this replay and he had no idea that this ninja base was taken this early on. And he may never find this, but it doesn't matter. We're only using it for mules. Only being used for mules. Cryer sieging up outside the base. Soundo working on +3 attack, by the way. The upgrades are insane. Soon to have +3 against the +1 armor of Cryer. You have a Stargate for an eventual, I guess, Skytos transition. We're thinking about it. Here we go. We are pushing out. Only 1 tank behind this. Bear that in mind. Soundo, he can just break through. Snowball out of control. Takes down the tank. Good target firing out of Soundo. Reinforcements are trickling on in. There's nothing that shoots up. There's no answer to this Liberator, but again, it's only a Soul Liberator. Cryer taking a 4th base. But he hasn't been making SCVs. Crier. I mean, his expansions technically have been fine when it comes to when he has taken a base and taken a CC, but unfortunately, lack of workers is killing him. Zealot's pushing in. We have detection. We focus down that Widow Mine. The tank falls as well. Liberator doing what they can, but we're breaking in. We break in. 5 Zealots. 4 Zealots. 3. Oh my god, those lips. Jesus. 3 Zealots get in, and we have reinforcements. This time we can shoot up, and Sounder has too much at this point. There's barely anything to defend. There's 2 libs and 1 tank. Or 1 lib and 1 tank. No blink on these stalkers, unfortunately, but honestly, we don't really need blink. We're breaking on through nonetheless. Good target firing on the tank, and we have broken in. Sounder, mate, you got no right winning escape. It was a disastrous start. A disaster. Sounder, he was stuck on 1 base against someone who had 3 CCs. It was crazy. But again, it did look like Crier was kind of resting on his laurels. He wasn't spending his money for a while. He wasn't producing anything. Wasn't making workers. And Sounder has done it. Upgrades are about to finish up here for Crier. Getting additional Maxes up and running here at the Ninja base. Looks like Sounder is going to have to come across the space at some point. It's going to happen. Behind this, getting into Massive Void Ray. And Sounder is going to have to slowly work through all of this. We have a planetary on the way. Can Crier come back here? I mean, he's down to 14 SCVs. That's the problem. Just doesn't have an economy to sustain himself, to even sustain this production. Gonna try and produce what he can. Another Rax falls.
Well, there's no more gas with this one.
Santa using the Jeff announcer. Actually, fun fact. I think in our, like 6 years of casting, I think Santa was the only person that I've heard use the Jeff announcer. Like, whenever we switch over, amongst the pro players, it's usually either default or Diva or Abathur. Those are the 3. Those are the 3 that I've heard. Or Caster Park, who's the Korean caster. He has the announcer. Caster Park. Who else have I heard? SE Boy. I've heard the SE Boy casters for the Chinese players, and that's it. I've never heard the in control voice announcer before. But here we go. Zealots have arrived. We're trying to get into Cloaked Banshees. We get on top of the production. We find the Ninja base. GG gets called, and Sounder will take it. GG. The hell did we just watch? And that's our first game of 2024. There you go. Have we set the tone? Have we set the tone for the year? I wonder. Oh no. GG, pal. GG. Well played. Again, Sounder actually spending his money macroing. I'm still, I'll be honest, I'm still not in love with your Forge openers that you go for, Sounder, with fast +1. But regardless, GG, hung in there, brought it back. Well done. Well done. Well done. That's our first viewer replay in the books, and we have a couple more ahead of us. Do have a couple more catching up. See in the chat, I have 19 more hours, I have 16 more hours, I have 10 more hours. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's just the global chats, people from all over the world. Everyone's gonna be hitting New Year's at some point soon. We're getting there. We're getting there. Shout out to anyone that's living in New Zealand that already experienced New Year's hours ago. Shout out. What a god. Oh, Babyling redeemed a replay cast. Oh, okay. Okay. Let's go. Give all the replays. All the replays are coming in. And up next, we have a ZVT. Do have a bit of a ZBT here. It is going to be Complete, who's in the chat, up against Jago. Lovely. Alright, Terran player. Let's go. Do we have a Zerg versus Terran? I'm ready for it. I need some more Zerg in my life. Gibbs. And here we go. Spawning in the top right hand corner of Solaris, we have our red Terran player. Our red Terran, it is Jago. Lovely. And in the bottom left hand corner, we have hold on, I gotta fix this. We have someone who puts himself down sometimes. You know, in game he may be known as Bad Macro, but he is Complete. Yes, shaking my head. What was it? After we've casted a couple of Complete's replays, and you know what? I think even Complete said himself, you know what? It's a pretty good macro. it's not bad at all. It's not bad, Papi. Oh my god. Shaking my head. As we are going hatch first. Going to be a hatch first opener here from our Zerg player. Likewise, we do have a double gas opener here from Jagoff. Interesting. My eyes are definitely on our Terran player here for what he does whip out. I was gonna say it should be just a standard Rax expand, but I'm curious to see how he brings this all together. SCV moving out across the map. And it is just hatch gas pool from our Zerg. So standard from our Zerg player. With double gas, this should be leading into a faster factory. This could be leading into a one base all in. My eyes are peeled. Show us that factory. Marine first. There it is. Factory is on the way. Now, since we're in the new patch, this could even be something like Marine first to shut down the Overlord, and then we go into a reactor for Cyclones. Could be a mass Cyclone-based opener. Could be Hellions for a Hellbat push. There are a couple of different options available here for Jagoff. And there it is. Reactor is on the way. This should be an add-on swap. This is an opener. This is a build that has been rising in popularity in recent times. I say rising in popularity. We've seen it every now and then. SCV is going to be pulling back. Jagoff did, of course, confirm the hatch gas pool, the economic opener of the Zerg, and Complete should be looking to expand and take that third. Now the question becomes, do we go Rax Factory into a CC, or do we throw down like a second factory or Starport? Where are you taking us? There's that add-on swap. Do we go Hellions for Hellbats or Mass Cyclone? Huh, what's it going to be? Show us the Cyclones. The Hellions. This is when he goes like Widowmine. There it is. It is going to be Reactor to Hellions out of Jagoff. And to rush into Hellions in such a manner, this should be leading into a Hellbat push. This should be leading into an armory behind this. But we'll see. We'll see. Because it's the ladder. And anything could happen. Ladder games don't always have to make sense. Meanwhile, of course, Complete going to be joining up. This is an early Bailey Nest. We stayed in gas. I should have pointed that out as well. We did stay in gas. Early Bailey Nest is on the way. It looks like Complete is going for a Bane Bust. Otherwise, there would be no reason to throw down a Bailey Nest this early on. I mean, to be fair, he should be recognizing, hold up, this is a late CC. It is a late expansion, but usually that would lead into earlier Queen production or just heavier Queen production. We are lacking that here, which is concerning. Whether it would be Hellions or Cyclones, Queens are necessary as a Zerg player to defend in the early game. So this is something that we're lacking, and this is something that could get us killed as a Zerg in this situation. So yeah, we're going to be relying on Ling Bane instead, which can still work. Definitely. As we have 3 Queens to defend, Hellions are going to be moving out. Behind this, we get Fast Tim, no armory, getting into a Starport. Very peculiar build here from Jagoff. Did invest into Hellions, yes, but we're not hyper committed. And this just means that the Terran player is behind. They invested heavily into tech early on, and this delayed their expansion, delayed their SCVs. No leak. Wait, what? No. Not like this. My apologies. Hopefully we just realized in-game as well that we do not have link speed, and that is why we had so much gas. I was curious. That's a little bit awkward. I'll be honest, I've been here before. I've totally been in a situation where, like, the Hellions rock up, and I push in, I see my slow links, and I'm like, hold up. What's wrong? What did I do? Oh no. So, no link speed, and we're going straight into a lair. We're going for a ride. Where are you taking us? So, strap yourselves in. And we have mech across the map, by the way. We have combat shields. What? We have blue flame. Never mind. Wait, what? Blue flame early tank production into a second Rax? Remember earlier how I said that, hey, it's a ladder game, it doesn't have to make sense? This is kind of what I meant. What are we seeing right now? Yeah, this is really interesting. Early tank production can lead into a later, like, really fast, like, triple tank push, for example. Meanwhile, Hellion counterattack, getting a couple of drone kills here. Really good positioning behind the mineral line. Slowlings coming in, and because they're slow, we can just have our way with them. The slow, everything is slow. Slow, bro, was that you? Is that we're waddling in. Ay. Jagoff trading very well. Our Terran player here hasn't lost anything, by the way. Look at the trades. 0 units lost, 24 lings, and 2 drones for the Zerg. Ay. Very nice trades here from Jagoff. Behind this, getting into a 3-1-1 setup. Again, just really early tank production. I'm really not in love with Stim. Really not in love with Blue Flame. We do have Stim, thankfully, but this is basically delaying combat shields. You know, without the tech lab on the racks, no combat shields, delayed upgrades in general here, whether it would have been concussive shell afterwards. So, yeah, I'm not in love with this here from the Terran. But I mean, hey, we have Blue Flame Hellions, I guess. I guess we can roast up some drones a little bit faster. Armory on the way, eBays as well for eventual upgrades. That armory does mean that we will have access to Hellbats, by the way, at a really awkward timing. In time for the push, actually, now that I think about it. As we're pulling the boys? Are we... Oh. Oh, I see what happened. That's, no. Fun fact, this has happened in pro play before as well. Jagoff, I think he accidentally lifted the CC. He accidentally lifted the CC, and so all the workers, they all had to mine, so they went down to the low ground instead. I think it was Pig Jr., sorry. Pig's little brother. We casted him in ANZ Champs, and that happened as well. Okay. Happens to the best of us. Happens to the best of us. So getting to 1-1. Behind this, let's go. Link speed is on the way. Link speed, Bane Link speed, 1-1. Hydra's Link Bane Hydra coming out. We had a really awkward kind of route here, but you know we're getting everything. Gee. Never mind. Hydrogen is cancelled. We're going for a Spire instead. Link Bane Muta going to be the composition of choice. Again, it was a rocky road getting to this point in the game, but we got here nonetheless. We have a decent worker count, 58 drones. And even though initially Jagoff was doing really well with the Hellion harass, the harassment stopped for a while for no reason. I'll be honest, Link speed just finished. Up until this point, these Hellions, they could have gone back home, repaired, and moved out again, and we could have been harassing non-stop this entire time. But Jagoff has kind of, I mean, to be fair, in a standard game, Link speed would have been done. He didn't know that, but, you know. So there was a lot of potential for the Terran. Did back off, though, is just building up towards one big, what looks to be a 2-base all-in. Third CC is very late. This third base is so very late for our Terran player here, so this is going to be pretty committed. Our Terran player is going to be falling behind in the economy because of how late this expansion is, and again, despite the name, Bad Macro does have better macro than his opponent. Is going to be getting up to 4-base saturation, working on a 5th. Creep spread, not looking too bad. Well, the bases are connected. That's at least what we need. Oh, we're diving into the Hive. Oh my god. Doing straight into Hive Tech as well. Double expanding, taking a 5th and a 6th base. Let's go. Lead has control of his side of the map. Meanwhile, back at home, Our Terran player finally taking a third base, still a regular CC, non-orbital. Still not looking ideal. And as the third base is being taken, complete, we're pushing it. We are looking to try and punish this third. We do have a hefty army, don't get me wrong, but it's not quite in position to protect this space. Planetary is going to be on the way. We do force a lift. Getting good tank positioning, shaving off a lot of those lings. Our Red Terran repositioning here towards the third. But macro-wise, I mean, we're on 83 drones already. 83 workers. We are lacking a couple of injects, so what's really holding us back is our larva. We have, Jesus, a massive bank. I just now realized. We have 4K, 2K, soon to be 3K in the bank. Jesus. It's a lot of minerals and a lot of gas to work with. And again, with this bank, we can just make nothing but Hydras, Lurkers. We can invest into Ultras. There it is, Ultra Caverns on the way. We can kind of spend our money wherever we want. Ooh, but we are supply blocked, actually. Ooh, we are stuck at 148 supply. Gonna be rolling on in. Going straight for the army. Oh, good bathing connections. Do connect with the Marines. This is a bit of an overextension, though, and ooh, this is not the trade we're looking for. Bleeding out so many of those lings. And we could potentially counterattack. Like, right now, Complete is in a lot of trouble. The supply just plummeted, and again, because of the supply block and because of the limited larva that we have, we can't actually remax. Jagoff traded well, and yeah, now is the moment to push. We need to push as soon as possible. The longer this goes on, Complete is remaxing and rebuilding. Bearing in mind that we're keeping the tanks at home, so this army is going to be a little bit more mobile, but less firepower is available. Bailey's are finishing up. This hatchery should go down. Complete going to be rotating over. We'll see if we can save the space. Do we have enough here in position? Yeah, the hatchery will fall. And from here, we just pick up and get the hell out of here. As I say that, though, up the Bailings, they crash in. We don't pick up. We don't save anything. And, oof, this is going to be a brutal loss here for Jagoff. Initially, it was good. I was like, yo, we can drop, we can kill a base and just pick up and get the hell out of here. We dropped, we killed the base, but we didn't pick up and we didn't get out of there. Brutal loss there for our Terran, and with that, Complete going to be able to get away with the Hive Tech. 3-3 on the way, Adrenal, Hydra upgrades as well. We thought about going into mutas earlier, but we're kind of pivoting away from that. No longer supply blocked, which means we can now max out with Ultras. There it is, 6 Ultras on the way. Now, unfortunately, the Ultras don't have the best upgrades. We're still working on Kindness Plating, but we're getting there. We are getting there. And what I will say is that because we've been keeping our tanks back at home, this is going to be a bit of a difficult position to break. Pushing into this with a ground Zerg army is going to be a little bit brutal. Assuming that the tanks kind of stay where they are. But we'll see if we do move out as Jagoff attempts to take a fourth. We have a triple drop towards the right-hand side. Ultras are popping. And like, once again, this drop has potential, but hopefully we can save our units this time. Hopefully. So you go for the Marine drop here towards the south. We pick off a Queen. We pick off a lot of these drones. Oh my god, the entire mineral line. Yeah, late reaction here from Complete. This hatchery should fall. And we should evacuate this time. I'm hoping. There. As this time we can pick up and get the hell out of there. Behind this Complete, still just waiting for his upgrades, maxing out. Not really too concerned with losing the space. Still has a worker lead. And we're just building up towards this one big push, this one big collapse on this position. They're only moving in with half our army though, which is a little bit concerning. Let's see. Looking at the units tab, alright, we have 8 tanks. 8 tanks, all of them sieged. The bio army, though, is looking vulnerable. We could potentially get on top of this. Get us around, collapse with the banelings. I can see a world where we can clean this up. Now, something that I should also say is that, honestly, there's no reason to push into this as well. I think we're going to, but we don't have to. We're going in. Oh, Hydras that get stuck here on the ramp. They do not have speed. Oh, no, they do, thankfully. Ultras, they do collapse here on the Planetary. Planetary is going to be going down. Where's the repair? No repair. The Planetary does fall. Tanks are shelling away, but yeah, the Marine Army did struggle against those banelings. So many of them did go down. Ultras getting on top of the army as well. The swipes. Oh, my God. Only takes a couple. The Marines, they melt. And we will clean this up, but the damage has been done. We have broken a base. Jagoff now stuck on a 2-base economy. Barely, it's essentially a 1-base economy. Lings are flooding in. A bit of an overextension here from Complete. Did you get a tank? Oh, get 2 tanks. This is worth it. What should have been an overextension, but was worth it in the end. Running into the bio army. The Ultra getting some hits in as well. That's a lot of Marines, though. 3-3. 3-3 Marines. They do chew through some of these Ultras. Some brutal trades. And essentially, Jagoff is all in. We're completely all in. We have a wall of Ultras. We're back with the Mass Ultra. That's all we need, Papi. That's all we need. And there's nothing to deal with this. There's no ghosts. There's no liberators. There's no answer to these Ultras. They have arrived. They're going by uncontested. Knocking down these rocks. And what do we have to defend? We have 1 tank on the low ground. We have 0 tanks on the high ground. 1 tank is all that we have left. Which means we can pull this off. Even though it's going to be tough, like pushing through these deepers, we can do it. We're breaking in. We do break in. We get on top of the tank as well. GG gets called, and Complete is going to be taken. Oh, GG's all around. Well, then the Vikings, we can maybe clean up these Ultras at least. No, we're trying to. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen as we clean up the last remaining Marines here. Again, a really odd start to the game. But we got there as a Complete, aka Bad Macro, will take the game. GG, Papi, GG. Look, I don't know what the hell was happening at the start. The lack of link speed, going into fast tanks into Blue Flame Hellions. Crazy, Papi, crazy. It was a good start for the Terran. I do think that, again, they could have been a little more assertive in the early to mid game, especially without any link speed on the field, but alas, they just wanted to be a little bit more defensive. And eventually, when Complete did get their 4-base economy up and running, we could spend our money. We got out of the supply block. It was all good. We got there in the end. We got there. GG. GG, well played. And up next, we have something a little bit different. Now, I hope this works. I do hope this works. Shout out to Complete, by the way. Shout out to Complete. Taking the game. Taking the game. Despite the chaotic start as well. Able to keep a cool, calm, and collected head. Able to recover as well from that position. But yeah, we have something a little bit different, and I hope it works. We have a TVT. We have a TVT between some AI. Some AI. Shout out to Tier. By the way, Tier was Tier is the author, the creator of this AI, of this Terran, and it is going to be an AI versus AI, as they do compete in like an AI ladder, AI tournament. They do go back and forth, and I don't really know what to expect, and I hope this replay works because I've never loaded into this before. I'm ready for it. Fingers crossed. I hope it does work. As we will try to load in. Basically, I had to download. Oh, I did have to download. Hold on. Let's retry this. I did have to download a map. And will this work? I hope so. I might have to restart my client actually. No. I don't know how to make this work. Probots, I assume? Yeah, Probots. So apparently I have to put a file in my StarCraft directory. So I'm just trying to figure that out. We'll try one more time. We'll try one more time. Otherwise, I have another replay to cover anyway. I have another replay. Oh, yeah, I can't. I don't know how to open it, so never mind. We'll come back to this. We'll come back to this. Maybe. Instead, we are going to be getting into another Zerg series. Shout out to Babylings who's in the chat. Shout out to Babylings. As she did redeem a replay just here as we were getting into the New Year's. And this will work. Beautiful. Oh, I know this person. Okay, it is going to be a Zerg versus Zerg. Lovely. One moment. Here we go. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Solaris, we have our red Zerg player. Our viewer in the chat. Some know them as Tickles. But it is Babyling. Oh, I'll fix that. Hold on. I'm going to make them red. Beautiful. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have their opponent. We have the blue Zerg player representing clan YD2K. It is Holy Fire. Here we go as we are going for a 12 pool. This is going to be a 12 pool opener here from our blue Zerg player. We do have Babyling going for what looks to be a standard hatch gas pool opener. We're popping off. We're already going to be popping off here as we have 6 lings on the way. Again, Holy Fire has a bit of a reputation for being a very aggressive player here. Now, the 12 pool doesn't have to be all in. There are all in variations where you go for a 12 pool into a ling pool as well. Or, sorry, a drone pool. A 12 pool into a drone pool. But we are expanding. So this is just a way to get ahead economically. With these lings, we're looking to pick off a couple of workers, kill some drones, recover in that sense economically, and get away with an expansion. So a very aggressive start here in this ZVZ. You know, behind this Babyling, just going for a hatch gas. Well, does spot the lings moving out, so is aware of the opener. And now it comes down to the defense. Babyling is going to have to pull workers and make sure that we do not lose this natural base. The hatchery needs to be saved. There we go. The boys are being pulled. Now, this comes down to control. It all comes down to the control, the micro of both players. Holy Fire is looking for drone kills. Babyling is looking to try to preserve some of these workers, and 2 workers go down already. 2 workers so far, but we are chasing the drones into the main. Bit of an overextension from Holy Fire. Does get a 3rd drone, but lings are arriving. Queens are on the way, and we will clean this up. Yeah, the lings will be shut down. From here, we can resume mining, go back to work, and get into this. Now, as the dust does settle, there's a bit of a give and take. On the one hand, Holy Fire did kill 7 drones. That's quite a lot. Holy Fire does take a worker lead. That is true. But Babyling has faster gases and has ling speed on the way. Holy Fire delayed his gases because of the opener, and we're going into an Evo chamber? What? I was not expecting that. This looks like +1 melee. Are we going for a Ling Flood? Meanwhile, the Lings of Babyling have arrived. We get on top of the Queen, and we do not have enough energy for Transfuse. Oh, the Queen will survive. Do pull back. But I'm really curious where we're going to be spending our gases. There it is. +1 melee is on the way. This should be leading into Ling Speed. Second Evo chamber for 1-1. This is wild. This is very much so out of the norm. Especially considering how low the drone count is. We've only drawn up to 17, which means even though Holy Fire initially took a worker lead, he's going to be falling behind in the economy due to lack of droning. With supply block. Oh, this is brutal. This is such a long supply. I was wondering, why aren't we making any more drones? The supply block is insane here from Holy Fire, and aye. That's why we don't have any workers or anything really. 3 overlords on the way. Not like this. Finally, we break free. We get rid of the supply block, and now we can drone. 1-1 is on the way. But again, because of this supply block, Babyling is now taking a worker lead. Has recovered. Droning up. Ling speed is done. We do get eyes on the Queens. This still looks so weird. I mean, this looks like 2-base Muta, to be honest. Like this it would make sense to go for a 12 pull into fast lair. Yep, into 2-base Muta, but we have 1-1 on the way. This is so weird. Like, this is just yeah, this is a really inefficient way to go into 2-base Muta, I should say. Just because of the low worker count. But seeing all these Queens does kind of scream 2-base Muta. We'll see if that's the case. We'll see if Babyling can piece it together as well, whatever it happens to be. Behind this is going to be droning, saturating on 2 bases. We have our Roachborn on the way. Ling speed has started here for Holy Fire. That's the other downside. Because we prioritize these upgrades, even though we're going to have 1-1 quite fast, but without Ling speed, we can't really be active. And because we got supply blocked, because we're stuck droning, that means we can't actually make any Lings to make use of these upgrades. So there's, because of the build of choice and everything that's happened so far, this is really being pieced together in a really awkward fashion. It's not really coming together. +2 is on the way. Okay. We get the fast lair for +2, I guess. So we're not going into Aspire. Getting to fast 2 too. Behind this, we are pushing, by the way. Likewise, Babyling droning up only up to 30, but tech-wise, we do have the advantage. Lings and Roaches whirling across the map. What do we have to defend? No Spine Callers. Infestation Pit? Swarm Host? Question. What is happening? Oh, 2-base. This guy goes 2-base Ultra, doesn't he? That makes sense. Yeah, with the melee upgrades. But I think we die. Babyling has arrived. We get on top of the Queens. 2 Queens going to be going down. We get a 3rd Queen as well. We have Lings to defend. Boys are being pulled, but we should be able to snowball out of control. We should be able to break this before whatever the hell comes out of this. Because this is not a thing. Like, again, 2-base Infestation with 2-base Hive. I'm pretty sure we wanted to go into Ultras. Crazy. Again, really good positioning as well here on the ramp, reducing surface area on these Roaches. Happy New Year. Let's go. Happy New Year. As we have broken this. Hitting up all these things. Laminals, back. Laminals. As, yeah, there is just nothing behind this at this point. The natural base has been broken. The low HP Roaches morphed into Ravagers. And with said Ravagers, we can now push in. Oh my god. I remember this person. I have this person blocked on the ladder. Yeah. They're coping, Papi. They're coping. GG gets called. And Babyling will be taking the game. Congratulations. GG. GG, well played. Oh, and one moment. Clown, Papi, clown. Un momento. Okay, we're good. When it comes to the AI game, I'm going to reach out. So I will reach out to try to fix that, try to figure out. Actually, you know what? I'm going to restart my client just in case. I'm going to restart my client. But GG, well played. Maybe then we'll take it again. A really awkward opener. And honestly, it wasn't a bad start for Holy Fire. He was able to get 7 drone kills with the 12 pool. But the follow-up was really lacking. And with that, Babyling was able to recover. Was able to recover from there. And I do need a moment, actually. Hold on. I'm getting a call. We're back. Sorry, I'm catching up with the chat. Sorry, did have to take a call for a moment. Did have to take a call. Complete is bowling. True. Lava is my eternal struggle. I like how I made hydrogen, changed my mind to Spire, then threw down another hydrogen. Look, I didn't want to bring too much attention to it, but yes, that did happen. Happy New Year, Nish. Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Pappy. You can't see his messages because you blocked him. Oh wait, yeah. We could. But from here, I'm just restarting my clients. I'm just trying to see if I can get the AI game to work. If not, then we will be wrapping up for the night. We'll be wrapping up. Just trying to figure this out. Trying to figure it out. Basically, I'm getting an error saying that the map isn't loading properly. Doing my best. I'll show you guys. No. Unable to open map. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. I'll figure it out for next time. I'll figure it out. So unfortunately, won't be able to cast the AI game today, but next time I'll reach out. I'll ask them how to do it, and we'll get it working. We'll get it working, Bobby. Get it working. Otherwise, thank you so much. Thanks so much everyone for watching. Thanks so much everyone for tuning in. We just wrapped up covering ESL Open Cup Americas, and we had a bit of a more chill viewer replay cast afterwards, and it was a lot of fun. A great way to start the new year, I guess. Great way to start as yeah, from here we're we're going to be wrapping up here for the night. Again, Happy New Year's. It's already almost 1 a.m. here in Australia. Already 1 a.m., 1 hour into the new year, and what better way to start it, to kick it off with some viewer replays. Our next broadcast is going to be tomorrow in less than 24 hours. Let me just quickly double check. We are going to be live with ESL Open Cup Asia. Going to be live casting this time, not via replays. So it is going to be in less than 24 hours, so make sure you're there and you're a part of it. It's going to be amazing, going to be beautiful, going to be a lot of fun. Where the best of the best from Korea do duke it out. I would not be surprised if Hero and Dark have a rematch. Wouldn't be surprised if they have a rematch at some point in that tournament, whether it's in ESL Asia or Americas. Make sure you follow us. Check us out here on the CranKy Ducklings. Outside of that, this week, what do we have? We have the ESL Open Cups. We have WTL. Oh, World Team League, the playoffs. Oh my god, that's this week. Okay. This week, starting on Friday, the World Team League playoffs are upon us. It's going to be a weekend full of StarCraft. The playoffs, the end of WTL season, or the winter season, is this week as well. So tune into that over Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. 3 days full of WTL action. And on Wednesday and Thursday, we'll most likely going over some Home Story Cup replays. Home Story Cup, the group stage. It's something that we missed out on covering it live. So we are covering it here on our channel when we do have some time. So, yeah, look forward to that. Otherwise, thanks so much for watching. Thanks so much for the support. I hope you all enjoy the new year, wherever you happen to be. I'm sure there's still a couple of hours until you tick over. So hope you enjoy yourselves. Look after yourselves as well. Okay, if you're going out, if you're partying, if you're getting some drinks, make sure don't get too rowdy. Or if you do, good luck. Good luck, papi. Good luck. It's already midnight down under. Yeah. Already, Pop. Already an hour in. And with that, thanks so much for watching. Thanks so much. I appreciate the support. And I'll see you guys tomorrow for ESL Open Cup Asia. Until then, hasta luego. Bye. Hasta luego, papi. Hasta luego.